Hello, family. Good evening. Welcome to another day of our Smart Financial Move series. My name is Chidile, your favorite financial educator here on TikTok. Good evening. Good evening. How are you doing? Today is our final day of our Smart Financial Move series. If there's ever been a day I really don't feel like showing up, strange enough, today is one of those days. How are you, bro? Good evening. How you doing now? It's been a long while I saw you on my stream. Hope you're fine, sir. Good evening, everybody. My name is Chidime. If you are joining me for the first time, I do something I call the Smart Financial Move series once every quarter, whereby I stream for 15 days straight, talking about different topics that could be of help to us migrants, especially in the diaspora. And for the past 14 days, I've been showing up every day, 6 p.m. Today is the last day, the 15th day, and it's been awesome. But to be honest, I feel very tired. Good evening and blessing. I wish you the same, my dear sister. Good evening. How are you doing? Wow. How has been your day? For the first time. Oh, you missed out. Oh, sorry, dear. We've been doing it for the past 14 days. Today is our day 15, which is the last day. And it's been awesome. It's been very awesome. Looking at several topics that has impact on us, especially as immigrants in the diaspora. We considered several topics. Sincerely, right now, I am tired. Like, I am tired, but we always show up when we need to show up. But if there's anything I'm happy with the fact that today is the last day. This is my first live of you. I can imagine how great it was. Oh, my dear sister, it's been back to back awesome. But one thing also I've done is I've uploaded all those videos to my YouTube channel. So you can always watch the videos, that the sections that you have missed. I think we currently have almost 12 videos. I'll be uploading the remaining 3. Thank you so much, Scopeman. Shege, how now? I greet you, sir. I'll be uploading the remaining 3 there. So just go to my link in my bio. You'll see the second button, which is to my YouTube channel. You can subscribe there so that you can always have all the videos. Thank you so much. Let's get the likes to 1,000 quickly so that we can have an awesome time. There's something very critical I want to discuss this evening. And if I teach every other thing I've been teaching and I don't teach or talk about this one, to be honest, I've cheated you and I've done a lot of disservice to you. So we'll be talking about that tonight also. And there will also be room for feedback. So there will be room for you to give feedback, come up, ask questions, do feedback. Today is our last day of our 15-day section. So it's been very, very awesome. All right, so if you are joining me for the first time, my name is Jidene, your favorite financial educator here on TikTok. Guys, let's get this like up. Let's click. How do you like? Just tap my forehead continuously. Okay, let's get it to 1,000. We're doing it so that TikTok can also share it to many more people in their FYP. Good evening. How are you doing, sister? Many people can get it in their FYP as well. Let's get that like up, guys. Thank you, guys. Let's get that. If you enjoy, just drop your heart me. That will also let TikTok know that it's a group whereby you are engaging in. And with that, we will not get the notification that the stream will be ending in 5 minutes. So please, let's get that done. Thank you so very much. All right. So for the past 14 days, we've been discussing several topics, to make us understand that if there's anything you will be getting from what we have been discussing so far, is to make you understand that you cannot just sit back following the system and expect you to have the kind of life you came here to settle for. So you find out that the easiest way to the easiest way to settle for less in this country, the easiest way is for you to experience the same thing for a long period of time before you even have a breakthrough. is to keep sitting down and waiting on what the system expects you to become. And that's why I mentioned that the first assignment is when you enter into a system, your work is to understand the system. Understand the system. I usually say this, that the system was not deliberately designed for you to be successful and be wealthy. Why? Because especially for those of us that came in post COVID, those jackpot sets, they didn't bring us in because we were special. They didn't bring us in because they wanted us to be successful. They brought us in because there was a void to fill. So you have to understand the purpose, because if you don't understand the foundation of why you came in, you will think the system was already deliberately designed, for you to have a successful life. That's why the only game they can keep pushing again and again, which is the immigration card, they keep juggling it again and again. So imagine now entering into that kind of system and just doing the bare minimum. What's the bare minimum? You come in, you get a job, you work, you are able to do two shifts. For the first time, you see somebody that is able to pay you per hour. You say, wow, so that means if I can do more hours, I'll be fine and I can make more money. But you continue like that and suddenly you discover that the more hour you do, the more your tax you are paying tax. Just like this thing is not working the way I think, when you first come in, you pack all the shift that is available. Even during winter, even when every other person is saying they don't want to work, you will pack all the shift that is available. Why? Because you feel that if you work more, you will be fine. Then suddenly you start seeing your pay slip, seeing the kind of tax that is coming overhead. Then you discover that the reward for more work is more tax in this country. Then you start asking yourself, okay, so what's the challenge? That's number one. Number two, you start discovering that, okay, that when we first came in our set, when they talk about the price of things, that things are expensive, many of us would look and say, what's these people saying? Something you are just buying for milk, you are just buying for £1.40. But after spending like 3 years in the system, say, things are now being expensive. It's not like things are now, they've always been expensive. But the more you get yourself deeping into the system, you find out that the system was deliberately structured to make sure that you have less. It's a deliberate one, to make sure you have less. Why? Because the moment you have this economic empowerment and what we call freedom, for me, I call it control. The moment you have the wheel of control back into your hands, then the system loses most of its power over you. So the only way you can design it is the more you earn, the more we collect from you. That's number one. Number two, you look at the taxation system. Council tax has gone up. You look at many other bills, they keep going up. I thought it was only in Nigeria that things really go up, and I've seen that in this place, things are going up sometimes more than what you earn. And the highest your salary has increased in the past 3 years is just 50p. 50p minimum wage. So you find out that the rate at which your income is increasing is not commensurate with the rate at which the money they are collecting from you on the other end. So you find out that it's a deliberate system for you to fill a void. And the system was designed to take more from you than to give you more. So you find out that if you are not careful, you can roll like this for another 5 years of your life. You can roll like this for another 6 years of your life. Then you have to sit down and ask yourself, I've been working for 5 years or 6 years plus. How much do I have in savings? Now, to make sure you are not complaining, they've normalized another system called the overdraft and the credit card. And for me, credit card is already showing that you cannot afford what you are trying to achieve. That's why you have to depend on money you don't have. Overdraft is already telling you that what you have is not sustainable. That's why you have to depend on another money. You go to work every day. Nobody is sitting you down to understand how to make more money. Nobody is sitting you down to educate you about finance. Why? Because ignorance is a product. Ignorance is control. The less you know, the more empowered I am from a control perspective. The moment you become enlightened and you understand how the system is working, you understand how to leverage on the system, you understand how to really come out from that rabbit hole faster, the more the system loses control over you. So you find out that the more we can keep people at that level, the more the opportunity for the system to get feedback from us in form of tax. So you have to sit down and ask yourself that I can't keep doing the same thing the same way and expect a different result. Zig Ziglar called it the definition of insanity. So ignorance is deliberate in this system. Nobody will sit you down and help you, educate you on how to multiply your money. If there's anything they are empowering you, they are empowering you to become a better employee. So they send you on courses, they send you on certifications. Even government deliberately set up system for you to become more efficient at what you are doing being an employee. So nobody has sat down and said, okay, within this system, we have created a financial education for you to know how you can live off debt, to know how you can be financially enabled or financially empowered. So every other thing they are pumping money into in an educational perspective is just to make you upgrade yourself as an employee and become a better employee, but never to become an owner. So you have to sit down and ask yourself so that you can understand that the more you play this game the way they have designed it to be, the more they have control over you. Guys, I say no, anybody who is determining how much you can earn, anybody who is determining when you can work, even when you don't feel like working, but they can tell you that you have to go for that shift. So they created a rota system, so that it can legalize all these things. Anybody who has created those kind of things is actually not just controlling your time and money, it's controlling your life. And I say, no matter how fast speed is, it's more important to make sure that the speed is in the right direction. So I can apply so much speed and press the accelerator, do extra work, do 2 jobs, do everything I can do. But trust me, it's the person who is holding the steering that is really in charge. So I'm actually the one who is laboring, but the person who is controlling how my labor becomes and what it becomes is not me, it's outside. And the work is, how can I start transferring that control back to myself? Because the moment you lose control, trust me, you have lost life. Let me use that word. So we have to understand how the system was designed. The system was designed for you to be perpetually dependent on it. Perpetually dependent on it without any financial liberation or financial education that will give you that liberty you want. So that's why it's dangerous to just sit down and do the bare minimum. Going to work, look at where the next shift is, look at where the next warehouse is, look at where all those kind of job is. I did a statistics, I checked the statistics from the UK Statistia website. And they say that we blacks, we Africans, we have the highest ratio of debt to assets. That means how much we are owning is more than how much we own. And you know what that is? That's called slavery. That's a major slavery. In other words, we don't have that economic might to dictate the direction of what our life will be going. Even though we are the one of the highest when it comes to the working class as employees. And this is something I like the Arabs for. I like those guys. Those guys have understood the real liberty. Economic might. Economic might gives you the ability to have options. So I can choose and say I want to reduce the number of work I am doing this one. Are we doing mortgage today? Thank you. I think I will give you my mortgage story today. Thank you for mentioning that. So economic might gives you that ability to have options. As against, just going and rolling around the circle again and again and again and again and again. So guys, it's important for you when you are in a system for over 3 years and nothing seemingly looks like it's changing, then you have to sit down and ask yourself, maybe I'm doing something wrong, or I'm trying to solve a problem at the level of knowledge at which it was created. I need a higher level of knowledge. And that's why we had a conversation the next day talking about debt, understanding that debt is a product. Debt is not a favor, it's not a blessing, it's a product. Overdraft, credit card, car finance, it's a product. It's not a blessing. And it's the easiest product that helps you to live above your means. For you to use it is already telling you that you cannot afford it. When you look at your account and it is perpetually in negative, it's already telling you that you are living above your earning capacity. And at the other end, somebody is gaining from that. So can you see why financial inability is of financial benefit to another class of people? So I looked at my accounts and I downloaded the account and did a little bit of analysis. And I discovered in 2022 to 2023, overdraft interest alone, I've paid over £700. Over £700. And I'm not an heavy user for overdraft and all these things. Then, no, before I stopped using overdraft, I've paid over £700. Now, do the mathematics. Let's do a simple mathematics. An average high street bank in the UK will most likely have more than 100,000 customers. Let's even do the small mathematics. Over the past 3 years, the number of immigrants that have moved into this country cannot be less than 200,000 or 300,000 who now have access to overdraft. And some people are heavy users of overdraft, heavy users. So do £700 times, let's assume times 1,000,000 people. You know how much that is? Just interest to overdraft interest. I'm not talking about credit card repayment. I'm not talking about interest that people are incurring on credit card. And you would understand that they are not dashing you money. The only reason why they are willing to give you is because somebody at the back end is making money over it. A hearing was done with the US Senate, whereby they had the CEO of Visa Card and MasterCard. I think it was in 2022. They had a sitting and they asked them, when they were querying them, they asked what was their profits for that year, last year, the year before then. Both of them were talking about the fact that they did not make nothing less than 200% profit. 200%. Guys, do you know what it means to set up an investment or a business and to make 200% returns? So you should understand that if it sounds free, then you are the product. Let me use it in a very mild way, but it will eat the house very well now. If it sounds free on the other end, then in your financial incapacity makes you the product. So we have to sit down and understand that this is not to our advantage. It's the same system that created it so that you can remain in that loophole. Some of you have collected your salary now. Beautiful. I give you 2 months, 2 weeks. What's 2 months? I give you 2 weeks, some less than 1 week. It will sound as if you did not collect anything. Why? Because the system has been structured to make sure that nothing less than 80% of what comes into your hand can easily go out. Quickly. House rent to start with, council tax, water tax, energy bill. Then for you that have car, we're talking about car insurance on a monthly basis. You're talking about car tax on a monthly basis. So when you look at all these things, you would discover that it has been deliberately structured to make sure that at the end of the month you have bare minimum so that you can work again, also very hard again, so that at least in another few days they'll give you that opium again called salary. Bam! And you jack up again and keep going, ga. And it's funny enough, you can do that for another 7, 8, 9, 15 to 20 years old. Actually, they are expecting you to do it until you are 67 years old. So that the moment you become tired, then you can retire. But I like always asking this question. Is that what you came here to settle for? Is that what you came here to settle for? So that's why I say you have to sit down and put your finance in check and go after financial education. Education is your liberation, is your liberty. The moment your mind is educated from a financial point of view and you are not just praying to God for money as the only means of getting money, guys, you find out that the kind of decision you are making, the kind of way you are structuring your life will give you that ability to be above the average 80% of immigrants in the UK. This is a major game point. That's why you cannot be lazy on education. The system are structured in which whereby you go hard, work. By the time you are coming back, you are so tired that you can't go after what can empower you. You are so tired that you cannot go after what can empower you. So we have to really sit down and understand this thing called the system. So we spoke about debt, that you have to understand that debt is not to your advantage, especially the way most of us use it on consumables. So in other words, we are not using it to create business. Is it not funny that you are earning £23,000 per annum and you can easily have access to £20,000 worth of car finance? It's already showing I can't afford it, but you are willing to give it to me. Don't mind, you'll just be paying it little by little for the next maybe 10 or 15 years of your life. They know you cannot afford it. So nobody is asking you, how can we empower you so that your affordability in that place can go up and stop depending on debt? Debt conditions your mindset to get used to the fact that it cannot be abundant. So the less of it you have around you, the more you allow your brain to start thinking of how can I create my own. Somebody were on a stream yesterday and somebody said she checked her net worth and her net worth was practically negative. And you'll be shocked that that is how many people will be for years. Why? Because they are only following the system. And that's why I say the moment you start understanding this and ask yourself, how can I direct the control back to my hand? That is where your true liberty starts from. That is where your real power starts from. The ability to create choices for yourself. How many of you can afford not to work for 2 months and the family no go under the train, like everything no go scatter? How many of you can afford? This is where the system wants to keep us. Yes, that's where they want. If we are there, they are okay. It's okay if we are there. Your employer will enjoy it the more you are there. It's okay. But don't forget that this is the most active season of your life. There will be an age in your life whereby you cannot do all this hard work again. Then the question is, what are you building to take care of you in that age? So what you do with this season of your life goes a long way in influencing what you become. Yes, you can ask your question. Today is my last day of this 15-day streaming. So I'm just here to do more of opening of eyes to the reason why you must not relent on financial education. The reason why you must not relent on empowering yourself. The reason why you must not relent on building assets for yourself. That is what I'm doing today. Today is not a major, except for the mortgage back, where we'll talk a little bit about. But this is the day whereby you have to start asking yourself, how can I come and move from where I am to a place of abundance? How do I open and talk life? Can you show me? Oh, sorry, it's not something I can do here on this stream, but it's easy. On your TikTok, when you go to your TikTok, there's a plus with a round sign on it. When you click that plus on the right side, you scroll, you see something that will show at the bottom. You scroll to where there's live. Once you click live, you can start going live. It is a lot easy. Oh, Vicky, thank you so much. I'll give room for us to have that feedback about what have you learned? What is something that the past 15 days has been to you? What's the mental shift that has happened? So we'll give room for that and ask. And I have a gift that I want to give us. That thing changed my story. It's an audio podcast, audio book. It changed my life. It's called the Millionaire's Capsule. If you stay to the end, I will give it to you free of charge. You're not paying for that. All right. So, like I'm saying, the moment you start understanding that financial empowerment is where your real liberty is, where creating time for your children, that's where it starts coming from. Many of us want to create time for our children, but we cannot, because we have to go and pack extra shifts. We have to go and work hard. So you find out that the children you came here to work hard for is asking you, Mommy, can you have time for me? Mommy, can you create time for me? Daddy, when would we go to the park together? Mommy, when would we have time out together? He says, don't worry, I'm busy. Don't worry, I'm busy. The same children where you came from. Why? Because the system has kept you busy. So we have to sit down and tell ourselves the truth that we cannot keep doing the same thing the same way and expect a different result. Zig Ziglar called it the definition of insanity. I say something that if I'm in a system for 3 years and something is seemingly not changing, there's obviously showing that there is something lacking in what I'm doing. obviously there's a superior knowledge that is missing in what I am doing. Obviously, there's a superior knowledge that is missing. Why? Because somebody else is within the same system and is producing at another high level. Guys, knowledge is a leveler. At least if you are going for any kind of knowledge, make sure financial education. Many of you should have budgets investing into your education, the educating of your mind. I'm not talking about school, degree, or certificate. Guys, you already should have seen it, especially for those of you that came here to do masters. You know that all those things don't really count. To be honest, you know it. It's just good for the system and good for your certificate, for your quali, for your credentials. But when it comes to the real thing that impacts your productivity from a financial perspective, all those things don't really count. So financial education, educating yourself. How can I develop my skill? How can I move from a system whereby somebody is the one determining how much I will earn to move to that other place whereby I am the one determining how much I will earn? And it's doable. Hope you know there are people who go home with 500 pounds per day. Now that's small. I know them. There are people who earn as high as 700 pounds per day. Per day. Per day. Guys, education, development is key. Development is key. Growing yourself is key. And that's why I say knowledge is a game changer. Ignorance is deliberate. Deliberately keeping people ignorant is deliberate. There's nothing around you that will educate you about these things. Which program? I don't know the program. If it's concerning the Smart Investment Accelerator, go to the community. Go to the classroom. Inside the classroom, you will see the course there. Everything you need is inside, step by step. Somebody had bought it 2 days ago, and the person is already 90% done with the training. I needed to clap for that person. That's been a go-getter. Now the information has come. Can I go in step by step? Oh, Oga, the one you explained there, I have issue with it. Send me a message within the community there. I had issue with this. Can you explain this? Can you break this down to me? Yes, I'll break it down because that's my work. So it's important that you're welcome. So it's important that information is a game changer. What is between where you are and where you want to go to, or what you want to become here in this country, is just a product of information. And I explained to us that, do you know that one of the easiest information that will start opening your eyes from a financial perspective is even your bank statement? That data, bank statement. I said, do you know that if you download your bank statement for the past 5 months and put it into ChatGPT or any of these AI, Perplexity or Claude AI, and you tell it to analyze and break down where your money is going to and how money has been going out of your hand, guys, you will see all the witch and the wizard that is collecting your money. You will see where your money is going to that is actually not producing results. You will literally see how much you have sent to Nigeria as black tax. Another app which I recommended was Snoop, SNOOP. It's going to show you how much is going out of your hand. Guys, that thing called bank statement is an information that can start levitating you in the direction you want to go. And that's what started for us. I think I'll move into mortgage a bit today and talk about mortgage. All right. So that, because for us in 2023, that information helped me to see that I have paid nothing less than 27,000 in house rent. 27,000. And I will still be in overdraft debt of minus 2,800. Do you know what it means to be able to see that information, that this is how much I have paid? And I tell guys that, if you are paying house rent of 1,500, in 5 years, towards your ILR, that you paid rent from now to your ILR, and you stayed in this country for 5 years before, let's assume your ILR is still 5 years. Do you know in 5 years you would have paid house rent of 90,000 pounds? 90,000 pounds in house rent. 90,000 pounds. Just in 5 years, you would have paid 90,000 pounds in house rent with just 1,500 every month. How do you join the community? Made payment yesterday. Please send your email to me, please. That means you used either ClearPay or Klarna, right? Just send me an email. Send me a message on WhatsApp. I'll check it once we're done. I know I've added you, so most likely I've sent a mail to your email. Check your spam, check any of your mails. I've sent an email to you so that once you click on it, it will add you to the community. For those who use Klarna or ClearPay. Or if you did not see it, just send me a message on TikTok here, and after I'm done, I'll respond to it. So I said that information, 27,000, helped me to see and ask myself, if I continue like this, the only person who will be happy is the landlord. Why? Because I'm helping him to pay his mortgage, and I'm also giving him interest on top. He's paying his mortgage and also making profits out of me because I'm taking rent. Please, how can you join the community? There's no community. What we're talking about as community is those who are into the Smart Investment Accelerator course. So that's the community. It's a community whereby you learn how to invest. All right, so I teach you how to invest so that your money can work for you. You are not just working hard for money, if that's what you mean. All right, so I think I'll just drop the link again in between. Okay. Those who have been around for a while will understand. So it's not a community like a WhatsApp group or a parakpo kind of thing. It's for those who are investing. So I've given you, how do you join? Blah, blah, blah. You're taking me away from my flow. But let me give you the link. I'm currently doing a discount, and like I mentioned, I am keeping it at this price because people requested for it. All right, so it's a one-off payment of £139. You use this link. So screenshot this. I am Didi. Please screenshot this. You can go there. Once you go there, it will take you and show you the options for which you can use to pay. And like I mentioned, after today, it's going to £159 where it belongs. It's because of this event I'm doing. This is the reason why I discounted it. All right, so that's the link. So I believe you have screenshotted it. That's how to join the community. Let me continue with my conversation. All right, so let me get the banner again. Guys, I will never come to your... Sorry guys, I needed to bring back this image because a lot of scammers have been messaging people trying to defraud them. I will never come to your DM to send you any message. Anybody who is doing it is a scammer. All you need to do is just block that person. They are using my picture, using my name, using my video. Is not from me. Please avoid them. If you are joining me for the first time, you're welcome. My name is Jidene, your favorite financial educator here on TikTok. And I here talk about finance so that we can position ourselves for the kind of life we came here. The reason why many of us are working is not because you like your job, it's because of money. So why not understand how to protect and make this money work for you? All right, so that you don't just keep rolling and looking for money all the rest of your life. All right, and I've been doing something which I call the Smart Financial Move or Smart Financial Series, which I do once every quarter. I stream 15 days back to back talking about different topics that has major impact on us as immigrants here in this country. And today is our day 15. So I've been showing up every day for the past 15 days, 6 p.m. every day. Wow, well done, Julie. So today is our last day. If you are joining us, you are very, very fortunate to have this opportunity. Just click the plus button there so that you can follow me and get updates whenever I'm going live. It is free, guys. If you are not following me, you most likely follow the fake one. Please follow me, and I will never come and send you a message. And for those who have missed all the sections we have had section talking about understanding the system. We've spoken about dealing with debt. We have spoken about how to develop and build your credit report here in this country. We've spoken about budgeting and financial management. We've spoken about how to move from being a dependent on employment to creating a system whereby you have financial liberty. We've spoken about career growth. We've spoken about self-employment. We've spoken about insurance. We've spoken about building up the upcoming generation, the children which you said you came here to the country because of. We've spoken about it. We spoke about networking, mentoring, and accountability. We spoke about business. We spoke about investments. I'm key on investments. My investment portfolio, like I mentioned last year, produced a minimum of 45%. And this is something that is tax-free. We spoke about it, and that's what the community is purely more about. How can I maximize my money so that I'm not depending on pension alone and I'm building my life? So we've done a lot in that direction, and today is the final day. So what I'm doing today is my work in the past 14 days is not just to come aspire to perspire so that you can maguire. Is to show you that in the midst of it, this is the issue. This is where you are. This is what you need to start doing so that you can move from where you are to where you ought to be. It is a journey. It's not something you will jump overnight. So if you have missed any of the section, I'm uploading all the videos on my YouTube channel. All right, so all you need to do is go to my bio, click on the link in my bio. The second button on that link, you will see YouTube channel. Subscribe to YouTube channel. When you go there, you will see I've uploaded about 12 of the videos. So I will have 3 more left to upload. Like I said, information that you don't know, you can never use it. And ignorance is not a strategy. So the less informed you are, the more beneficial it is to the system. The less informed you are, and you are just doing the bare minimum of what the system is expecting you to do, the more beneficial it is for you. So we've done a lot of coverage. But today, my major work is 2 things I want to do, or 3 things rather. Number 1, I want to talk about how we see and how we open our eyes to see opportunity. That's number 1. Number 2, I want to talk a little bit about mortgage, talking about properties in this country. I'll talk a little bit about that. Then number 3, I'll talk about something that is very key that many of us don't pay attention to, but it's the game changer. And like I said, the 4th one, I have a gift to give to everybody today, called the Millionaire Capsule. Is an audio podcast that would really, really transform your story. I got that podcast about 15 years ago. But that podcast, I've been listening to it every year. Guys, knowledge is key. Knowledge is a game changer. So like I said, the first work today is many of us are in this country, and the only thing we are looking at is only the 9 to 5 on the employment system. So the only thing our eyes is open to is where to get extra shifts, where to get the care job, where to get the warehouse job. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. The podcast is at the final stage. I'm not talking about it now. All right. So if you are here to the end, you can get it. All right. So there's nothing wrong with starting with that. But if that is going to empower you for the kind of life you came here for, trust me, it is never going to. And the thing is, you don't have to stay 5 years, 7 years, 10 years of your life to discover that is not where the real empowerment is. And this is what I'm talking about. The way you think goes a long way in impacting what your possibility will become. No, I have a fan beside me. Don't mind me. I just look for one cloth to wear immediately. I was sleeping. I just look for one cloth. Don't mind. But there's a fan perpetually on beside me. That's why I'm not feeling it. Thank you so much. Very thoughtful. The way you think goes a long way in influencing your possibility. And everything you do, which the system has designed, is to condition your mind to think in a particular direction. Do you know that when people say it is not possible to do well or to live without credit or to do this and XYZ in this country, do you know it's actually a conditioning? It's a thought process that was deliberately conditioned based on what you keep experiencing every day in this country. I keep telling people that care to hear, it's not everybody that is struggling in UK. It's not everybody that is struggling in UK. And that's one of the reality I had to tell myself. That is not everybody that is struggling in the UK. Now, the question is, how can I move myself from the struggling class to the ones that are not struggling in the UK? So you find out that even if I put you in the midst of many things, you're welcome, sis. Even if I'm, oh, thank you. Thank you. You can see that they are scammers. All right. So even if I put you in the midst of plenty, because your mind has been conditioned to know that you have to ration it, you have to ration it. There's a way it makes you believe that's how reality would have to be. Remember when you first came into this country? Remember, let's try and do a back flow again. And remember that there were times that you came in the first 2 days, you had to quickly iron your clothes so that suddenly they might take light or not. Remember the first time you came into the country and it was raining and suddenly they did not take light. It looks abnormal to you. Some of you would have said, really, so there can be lights in the midst of weather and thunder. Why? Because where you came from, there was already an experience that conditioned your thoughts. So throwing you into the UK system for the first time, say, really? So the lights can practically not trip off. Like not trip off for 2 weeks straight. Like, you mean this is normal? That light will not trip off? Some of us have been in this country for 4 years now, 3 years post Japa, and you've discovered that, wow, light literally has not tripped off for the past 4 years that you are in the country. While where you are coming from, it was normal for you to know that when you see the weather, NEPA will off everything. They say even after the rain, they have to off the light so that the wire can dry. But that is the power of conditioning. So when they introduced it into the system for the first time, there were a little bit of, are you sure this is real? Are you sure this is going to last for long? Let's continue and see. You tried to enter into a bus. Nobody is trying to ride you and say, now me sit down first, shift, come out, I don't enter before you. You saw that everybody were raging and waiting for their turn. You are buying things and they are saying, thank you, mate. Haven't it happened to you that you are the one buying, you are the one saying thank you, while they are the one that is saying thank you? They are the one saying thank you, and you too, you say thank you back. Why? Because where you are coming from, when you buy things, you say thank you. Why? Because as far as you are concerned, they are doing you a favor. It is a favor they are doing to you. So can you see how your environment and your experience can practically condition your mind and hence influence your reality? Not because that's the reality of what life can give you, but it has conditioned what is within the scope of your possibility. In Nigeria, when you don't pay for your energy, they come and cut your wire. They cut your wire. Yeah, they are even calling you and asking you that, do you have any difficulty? What can we do to help you? So being introduced into such a system, it will play with your mind. Now somebody is telling you that you have ability to access £2,000 as credit card that is not your money. Your bank is saying now we can increase your overdraft from 300 to 2,000. You say, really? Are you sure this money is real? Let's withdraw it the first time. If they will call me tomorrow and say, why did you touch the money? So something started fondling with your reality. Why? Because you entered into a system. Guys, what you think has a long way in playing with what your possibility can become. You remember back when you were in Africa, you feel like, if I enter this Obodo Oyinbo, hope these white people will understand my English. This means that my English is not clear. Now they say you should come and do care work. I say, are you sure the white people would even understand what I'm saying? Is it not shocking that now, in fact, you are the one that frequently speak with them as if they gave birth to you here? Can you see how the reality is changing? And it's conditioning how your mind is seeing your possibility. Now, some people are educating you and say you have rights. If somebody is doing this, you can call the cops. Can you try it in your country where you are coming from? So you see that this environment is already reprogramming your mind, is reconditioning your mind. You don't need to hold a charger cable that, what if light will go out? I can't remember the last time many of us see power bank. I don't even need to talk generator, power bank, when last? Now you can so trust the system. Why? Because you have exposed yourself to it again and again and again. Now, many of you, if you go back to Nigeria, one of the things, just for holiday, you come back and be complaining. You are now in a system that you have been driving for 3 years and you have not used your on for 1 day. On for 1 day. Now, if we take you and go and do 2 months vacation in Nigeria, suddenly Nigeria looks abnormal to you. The same place where you came from. Can you see that normal is relative? It is possible, it is relative. It's all a product of what has conditioned you. You cannot live off overdraft. It is all a product of a conditioning, and it's becoming your becoming. It is shaping your reality. So the moment you understand it, that I am a product of a programming, I am a product of a programming. Hence, what is defining my possibility, my narrative of what my future will be, is a product of what I have embodied in that programming. The moment you start understanding this, guy, liberty just began. And why did I say that? I said that every day, the way the system is expecting you to run your life and your finance, it's already culturing your mind. It is abnormal for you to see your account without negative. Like, it is abnormal. How? In this UK. And somebody will tell you that, don't let them, it's not possible. That everybody is depending on that. It's a programming. Guys, be careful what you are becoming. Because your future cannot be far away from what you are becoming. Look at what you have been hearing in the past 14 days. Look how you are reprogramming some things. You are reshaping your mind. You are restructuring your thoughts. Suddenly there's a new influence on your finance. You that you were heavy into debt, suddenly you can see that I can create a pathway out of it and start asking, how can I create real wealth for myself? It's called a reprogramming, and for me, that's the beauty. Man suddenly discover that I can influence what my possibility is. All I need to do is ask myself, what is programming me? Is it moving me closer to the kind of life I want, or is moving me further away from the kind of life I want? Everything you become starts from here. This is why I'm paying attention to what I feed on here and what I hear. Those two things, I pay attention to it. I guide it with everything I have in my life. Why? Because it is influencing how I think. It's reflecting how I will now act. So a man cannot act above what he has been programmed to become. But you know what I like? I can unprogram that same thing and reprogram myself the right. For instance, many of us came in and they told you that the only job or the best job we can get is warehouse, care job, and all those things. Many of us, that's the average thing we were exposed to when we came in. If God helps some of you, you start meeting people who look like you and are getting jobs, data analysts, project manager, digital marketers, and things like that. And they start getting it. For me, the first one that happened was when I met a Zimbabwean lady in my church and said, Jide, I just got a second job. I'm thinking I should take it. I think I'll take it. A second job. A 6-month contract of 30,000 pounds. 6-month contract. Some of us are working 12 months. We are not even getting up to 30,000. 6-month contract, 30,000 pounds. Suddenly that thing shifts my mind and say, this is possible. It's possible. I came from Nigeria with 13 years experience as a digital marketer, in digital marketing. Why would I now come here and settle for less? I wasn't trying to settle for less, but it was just the environment where I was exposed to the first time I came that was unconsciously conditioning what my reality is. I knew how many group of where I could get care job. I knew WhatsApp group of where I could get a new warehouse job. But there was no WhatsApp group
There was no community where we could see that with the skill you had as an administrator in Nigeria, do you know that there's something in the civil service that can open space for you, and you don't have to keep jumping on a system that want to break your back? So imagine being exposed to that limiting condition or belief system or environment for 5 years of your life. If I come and ask advice from you, tell me what is the possible advice you will give me. It's difficult to get a corporate job. That's the possible advice you will be giving. That is because we are black. That is why they are not giving me. So see how somebody, because of the environment he was exposed to, he was there for 5 years, has shaped his reality, hence his advice. Age does not make for wisdom. If you were foolish at age 2 and you grew up to become foolish without wisdom, don't let me use the word foolish, without wisdom, with gray hair at age 80, because you are half gray does not automatically make you a wise person. Does not make you a wise person. So you find that I pay attention to what I am becoming than what I am doing. I pay attention to what I am becoming. And I found that the key is to always keep developing myself in the direction of value. Always getting myself educated, empowered, enlightened. Why? Because ignorance is what the system thrives on. The less you know, the more the system keeps us where we are. Then suddenly I discovered that, wow, with what I came in as experience from Nigeria, I could get a digital marketing executive role here in the UK without UK experience for a big logistics firm here in the UK. And I could get it. In less than 5 months, I was promoted to become a digital marketing manager. Our staff strength was about 1,400. The role I got is about 1,400 people that applied for it. And trust me, there will be people with more experience than I am. But because I entered into an environment that was showing me another reality, I stopped looking at all these other jobs as the best that I can become. I'm saying so why? Because some of us came in as bank manager. We came with financial information, not just information, financial background, certification, where we came from. I'm saying the more you become, guys, if all I can do tonight is to talk about how you are thinking and how it influences your possibility, and you can get it, it will be a big liberty for you. So when somebody says it's not possible, I don't even doubt what they are saying. Because within their scope of reality, it is not possible. They've just told you. So why am I trying to convince somebody that saying it's not possible? And when I tell you it's possible, it's not, I'm not lying. I'm just telling you within the scope of information and my reality. So both of us are correct, but it is just shaping what we are going to experience different. If I tell you now that it is possible to be in this country within 3.5 years, you can resign from a 9 to 5 job, corporate job, and be on your own. You will say it's not possible, it cannot be done. I'm not going to doubt you because you are truthful to yourself based on what you have experienced. But everything is always impossible until somebody does it. 100 meters in less than 10 seconds was impossible until Usain Bolt did it. Then suddenly every other person were able to do it because it was done. Guys, pay attention to your becoming. Pay attention to, whenever I catch my mind, when we talk about things and I catch my mind saying, Kai, I cannot afford it, I quickly attack it. I attack that mindset. Why? Because I'm already thinking in a direction that will never give me what kind of life I want. So instead of saying, I cannot, I ask myself, how can I afford it? Because somebody somewhere has done it before. It is doable. The first one has shut down my brain and said, let me settle for the system or whatever I'm experiencing. Why the second one who said, how can I? As I awaken my brain, the way I'll be looking and seeing is different from the way the first person will be looking and seeing. Thank you, my brother. It is possible. I might not be there yet, but becoming it or getting there start from here. It doesn't start with what is in your hand. It doesn't start with the end. It starts with what is driving you on the inside. Guys, we are not tapping, no. We are not tapping the live stream. We are not tapping. No problem, my dear sister. No wahala. I'm not sure, but no problem. All right, so the mindset. So, for instance, let me do a quick mathematics. An average, how many immigrants came into this country? Well, we want to talk about if there's money in this country. Let's start from there. How many immigrants came into this country within the past four years? At least I'll be sure we are not less than 500,000. I'm sure we are not less than 500,000 immigrants came into this country within the past 5 years. Right? We are not less than. Awesome. Now, within that 500, let's say an average family is a family of 3. Because I know there are people who came in as single. Is a family of 3, right? An average family that came into this country will be a family of 3. Okay. So if we do that, we can relatively say the number of family that came into this country within the past 4 years is 500,000 divided by 3. I will turn my board. Let's do a quick calculation so that we can start seeing how you see influences what you are becoming. Calculator. 500,000 divided, 500,000 divided by family 3. So an average of 166,000 families. I'm sure we are more than this. If not, they will not be complaining. An average of more than 166,000 families came into the UK within the past 3 or 4 years. Now, to you, this is just number. To a person that is seeing differently, the person is seeing opportunities. To you, it is just mere number. To a person who is seeing differently, is seeing opportunities. Guys, we are not talking about the entire UK residents. So we are just talking average immigrants. So we are saying average 166 family people came into this country within the past 4 years. The average house rent of these people, averagely, let's even try and put it at £1,000. Because I know there are some family that will be paying 750, some will be paying 1,500. So we'll take in between £1,000. That means 166,000 families on a monthly basis is paying how much as rent? 1,000 times 166,000 is paying £166 million. Million pounds in rent every month. We are not talking about the people we met here. We're talking about just the people that came in. £166 million every month. It means that anybody who jumped on the rentals within the past 3 to 4 years is having a major share of this 166 million on a monthly basis. On a monthly basis. Guys, we are doing just rough estimates on a monthly basis. And we are saying there is no money in this country. I hope God will help somebody to see. I'm praying God will help somebody to see. That's my prayer tonight. As I'm talking, I'm praying under my breath that God will help somebody to see this evening. That is 166 million pounds just from 166 migrants if they are paying an average house rent of £1,000 every month? And we are saying there is no money. There is no money. Quietly happening by the side. No noise making. It's not going to any social media. Nobody is calculating any data in that area. And there is no money. So you are telling me that all those money is just going into thin air. Bro, I don't even want to calculate for 4 years. Let's just do 1 month. 166 million pounds. I say every other person is seeing data as just number. Somebody is seeing opportunity. That these 166,000 families will need a place to stay. Please, what is 1% or 0.5% of that 166 million? Or if I am able to secure 0.2% of that 166 million, do you know what it means? Or even I'm able to secure only 0.01% of that 166 million, do you know what it means? And people have been doing this month on month for the past 4 years. Unfailing. Past 4 years, they've been paying their house rent month on month, back to back. I pray for you again that the way you see from what I'm saying tonight will be different. Will be different. Now, this 166,000 houses that people are living, let's assume on the average every month, 2% of it would have a plumbing issue. 2%, just 2% of it would have a plumbing issue. Let me turn to my board again and we'll do another calculation. 2% of it would have a plumbing issue. Or any, what do we call it? Any of this repair issue. Let's use any repair. All right. That's 166,000 properties, right? Times just 2%. That is 3,320. Let's assume 3,320 of those property has plumbing issue. And the plumber is charging around £50 to do any repair that they want to do. It means on a monthly basis times 50, which you know is very low. £166,000 is rolling around somewhere within the plumbing industry. Sorry, you can't see what I just wrote. Is rolling around within the plumbing industry, which we know it is more. These guys are immigrants, right? 166,000 family. They would visit an African store every month and they will spend nothing less than sometimes as high as 200. Let's work with just £150 on grocery, African store. I'm not talking about the entire grocery, African store. 16,000 times 150. That means another £24,900,000 is moving within the African grocery business every month. This is not a true representation of everybody. So we are using a very minimal amount. I don't even want to talk about the entire grocery that they do in a month. 166,000 immigrants times an average of 250 per month for household groceries. What will this give us? 166,000 times 250 household grocery. Sorry, 166,000 times 250 equals 41 million minimum are being gone into household groceries. And you are saying there is no money in this country. Like I said, I think that God will help people to start seeing the way they ought to see, so that we can start seeing the way we ought to see. This 166,000 family, relatively, they all have children. You no spend at all. Let's assume only 50% of them spend on their children every month, and they are spending 100 pounds alone. Do you know what that means? And there is no money in this country. There is no opportunity in this country. It's difficult to make it in this country. Out of this 166,000 family, let's assume only 50,000 of them has a car. They all have one car at least that they've bought, right? Only 150,000 of them have a car. And out of all of them, at least all of us will do MOT every month, every year, right? Every year we'll do MOT. 50,000 times 45 pounds, which is the average amount people use for MOT. Do you know what it means? There is no money in this country. Some family has 2 cars. There's no money in this country. Guys, the way you see will go a long way in impacting what you are hearing now. There is no money. So many people are seeing that number as just a statistics. But people who are really seeing are seeing opportunities. Opportunities. Many of those people came in with their children because they don't have time. You were an educationist in Nigeria. You were teaching school in Nigeria. You came into this UK. An average family would have 3 children, and they are looking for setting up lessons, extracurricular lessons for them. So 3 children times 166,000 families. They are saying there is no money in this country. If you know how many Indians have called me this week about one coaching program, your children have been selected for this computer coding program, your children have been selected for this particular educational thing. Do you know how many have called me this week? I've told them to stop calling me, that they are disturbing me, that I'm not interested, but still, nothing less than 3 of them have called me this week. And there is no money in this country. And you came as a certified education expert with 7 years experience from Nigeria. There is no money. Guys, we have to start seeing differently. 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 I don't need to even mention how much Timo is making from we immigrants on a monthly basis. And there is no money in this country. We have to start seeing differently. How many of you have sat down to ask yourself, how can I secure a farmland? And look at one of the things we are importing from Nigeria that has a opportunity to plant it here in this country. easy to grow in this country. How many of you can say, I'm thinking of going to a particular place and secure just maybe 2 plots or 1 acre and start doing some simple agriculture? Do you know the number of birds or the number of things we are consuming in this country? Immigrants alone. I'm just working with a small figure of 166,000 people in the past 4 years, and there is no money in this country. The system is hard. Everywhere is difficult. It's not possible in this country. Really. Can you see why many of us are focusing on areas that is somebody say mostly egg? I won't say more. Can you see why most of us are focusing on consuming without asking myself, how can I plug into the production sector where there is real money? Hello, sir. Well done. Nice to have you here. So can you see why that the way you see, thank you so much, really conditions what your reality can be? And there is no money in this country. Like, it's very difficult. If you don't do 9 to 5, you cannot survive. You cannot do well if you don't live on credit card. I don't even want to go to health sector. I don't want to touch that area because people are also saying there's no money. Do you know the amount of PPE that you guys use on a daily basis? A daily basis in this country. The amount of PPE that you use on a daily basis in this country. And there is no money in the system. No. I'm talking about how you think. How you think. That's what we're talking about today. And there is no money. Remember I said I'm talking about 4 things. The first one is how you think. And there is no money. There is no money. Do you know from just teaching people about finance, the amount I'm being able to generate from teaching people education, and there is still no money in this one? The reason I'm querying you to sit down and start looking at what is inside you. 166,000 Africans, immigrants, had moved to this country. Do you know how many of them still need a local fabric, a good person that can sew a local cloth for them for their summer, so that at least they can show off during summer? Do you know how many of them are ladies that every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks they have to fix their nails or they have to fix their hair, and there is no money in this country? Guys, I pray God will help you to see, that God will open your eyes and really help you to see where you should be developing yourself and where your eyes should start thinking and opening. Do you know how many of us bought mortgage in this past 4 years in the UK? Let's assume it's just 1,000 plus or 2,000, which I know is way more than that. Do you know how much mortgage advisors are making for just showing you where you can lend money, and you will pay them a minimum of £100 on average, and there is no money in this country? Why you don't need to go to university to become a certified conveyor or a mortgage advisor, and there is no money in this country. There is no money. Do you know how much we pay solicitors to just sit in between, being a mediator between us, this buyer, and the seller every year? Do you know how much they are making? I paid a minimum, was it around 1,400 plus, which is very cheap. And you don't need to go to university to become a conveyance, a certified conveyance, because it's not you are a solicitor or a conveyance. And there is no money in this country. There is no money in this country. And some of you are working hard, saving already so that you can go and buy a house, right? But the people you are packing the money to, they don't look like you. They don't look like your color. But they've positioned themselves here. You're sitting down there, and there is no money. Guys, I just hope that somebody is seeing the way I'm talking. You are seeing the way I'm talking. And you are asking yourself, in your industry, what is that value chain where money is flowing into? Where can I plug into that is less competitive? But there is no money. I'm just saying, I don't even know if what I'm saying is correct. I think there's no money. Let's just agree there's no money, and it's difficult to make it in the UK. Let's just agree together, right? So that we can rest on that case. But guys, the way you see, the way you think, I remember the children of Israel when God led them out of Egypt and they were to enter into Canaan land. They say when they sent those spies to go and check, they say they saw giants there. And they say we were like grasshoppers in their eyes. They were the one who were defending themselves the way they want. The people did not tell them you are a grasshopper. They say we were like grasshoppers in their eyes. Why did they come to that conclusion that we are like grasshopper? And they did not look back at all the victory God has given them from where coming from and saying still will come, except for Joshua and Caleb that said no, we will defeat them. They were working by a different condition. So the people actually left Egypt, but that slavery, guys, slavery is a condition. Is a condition. Sometimes I sit down and I listen to people who are successful, not because I am greedy. Supplying my manager PPE from China. Beautiful. You'll be shocked how that thing can feed you for a long period of time in the UK. There is a problem. I'm already sitting down and I'm looking at how to solve it. Let's say it, because anybody can jump on it. I'm not afraid. Do you know how many care companies we have in the UK? You came in from Nigeria. You were working here as an HR analyst or a HR assistant. Do you know how many of them don't have an HR setup? Do you know how many of them you can just be a consultant working with them? Let's assume they are only giving you £200 every month. Do you know how many of them you can be consulting for every month without doing any extra job? Just to making sure that from a labor perspective, they are doing well. Do you know how many of them have clients running into 100 plus, and they have to look at each of these clients' file and make decisions every day through their care coordinator to make sure that all these clients are well taken care of? So because of that, they need to employ more people to become care coordinators. They sit with all these things, care managers. So a care manager might have as much as 50 clients that he needs to sit down, 100 clients that he needs to sit down and look at how to structure it and make sure that none of them is failing. Do you know you can create a software that will sit and plug in into their system, and on a daily basis will be giving a feedback of what the carer wrote about that client, that the care manager does not have to go through 50 of them at once to know where there's a fault, or does not need to wait for another 2 weeks before he discover that there is a fault somewhere within one of the clients because of the cumbersome work that is on him. Because of that, many people are losing clients. Why? Because of that shortfall. Do you know, with that software, even if I'm charging them only £100 every month, do you know the kind of hours I will save them and the more money I will make them? But there is no money in the care sector. There's no money. Trust me, there's no money. Is there money? There's not even no money. Guys, we really need to start seeing differently. You are walking through your city center every day. I remember when I was in Luton, I have an Arab friend, that was telling me that one of his friends, this Lush machine that they have in most of these shopping mall, where these stores, whereby they can make these sweet drinks, those slush machine that'll be rolling brew. He said one of his friend has about 3 of it in different locations. He said if he has a very poor month, he will make nothing less than £5,000. He said if it's the month of those fasting, whereby they have to break every evening, that sometimes he can make as much as 10k in that month from just £1, £2, £1, £2, and there is no money. Please, what degree do you need to have that slush machine? What degree? But there is no money in the system. There is no money. No money in the system. Everywhere is hard. It is difficult to really make it in this country. Guys, I believe I've done justice to setting somebody to start thinking. As you're walking through your city center, what are you seeing? As you're walking around, what are you seeing? Are you only concerned about the challenge and the change that is left in your account? Or you are seeing opportunity? Somebody is seeing bush, another person is seeing country home. Same bush, same place. There is no money. Do you know how many Africans in your community, because they have to do care job swiftly, some of them risk their children by locking them in the room because they don't have anybody within the system that can create a play area for them? You know how many family during this break that we have now, this midterm break, that it has restructured and destabilized their work ethic, their work structure this particular next 2 weeks because of this break. Many of us are not that there is break for our children. And there is nobody within our community that has a care center in your council area that can accommodate people like this. But there is no money. There's no money. Is there money? There is no money, my people. I just even don't know what I'm saying is money. Guys, there is opportunity for you. But you have to move your mindset from consumption to creation and production. You have to move from complaining to seeing opportunities and creating possibility around it. I will help you. TikTok filtered what you just sent here, but I have decided I will help you. I will open it. We have 107 people here. He said, I am actually selling quality palm oil that is unadulterated, as the oil here aren't very healthy. Guys, I don't know him, but with his name, you can talk to him. But there is no money in this country. There is no money. There's really no money in this country. I said, let's use our figure, 166,000 immigrants from Nigeria, families that still will be using palm oil, but there is no money. We'll still be eating crayfish, but there is no money. Some of us have so much missed pomo that we say, I wish we can see where we can eat pomo in this country. Imagine somebody now doing grilled pomo, spicy pomo, home delivery. There is no money. There's even person. There's no money. Have you seen an Ukwobi center in Manchester before? You know how many immigrants are sitting in Manchester? In London, is there an Ukwobi center where most of us can go in the evening and relax with our friend? There's no money. Don't let's bother ourselves. Let's just keep doing from shift to shift. Let's do shift. Shift is okay. Once we do shift, we are okay. There is no money now. Is there money? People are scared because of the conditioning of their mind, which is a product of what they've been exposed to, what they've heard, what they fed them with. Can you see when I say what you are becoming is a product of what you hear? If you are unfortunate and the first set of people you land into their hand here in this country are the people who are telling you the bottom end is where we belong and where we can rule, I'm sorry, but you need to change that address. It's already conditioning your becoming. I've mentioned several things today. You know, I've not said it. I've just mentioned several things where there is no money. I've just mentioned several places where there's no money. Several things where there is no money. I just mentioned it. How many of you have missed Momo? How many of you have missed and this thing? What do we call it? That's even true. Konofura, all these things. Suya. You know the guy that is selling suya in London. You know that our now that is selling suya in London. He's not really making money. He's just wasting his time there. I don't even know. And there is no money. Do you know what it means to have a cluster of immigrants in a particular region or a particular area? Do you know what it means to you? You are not trying to convince whites now. We are just talking about people that migrated here in the past 4 or 5 years. Some of them have missed their Adire style. Nowhere to get it here. You go to Zara, you can't find it. You go to all those places, you can't find it. And still there's no money. And somebody is scared to approach Aldi or Asda. Now in your clothing area, can we create an African print section? But there is no money in this country. An African print section. There is no money. Is there money? There is even nothing. It's not, everything is not possible. There's no money, man. I've not left all what I'm saying. I'm just talking off my head. I did not sit down to do a critical, holistic overview of all we that came in this past country, in this past film. Tesco has discovered this, and they are creating an African spice section within some major Tesco outlets because they've seen the money that is rolling in that area, and they are making it cheaper than your typical Arab African store. It's even painful that I'm calling it Arab African Caribbean store owned by an Arab. Caribbean African store owned by an Arab. So Tesco is already seeing that section and is creating an African food section within some of their Tesco outlets. But there is no money. There's no money. Is there money? It's only 9 to 5. If we don't do 9 to 5, no, it's not possible. How can it be possible? Sainsbury as well. Thank you. But there is no money. I've spoken about the clothes section. Do you know none of them have that African print section as clothing? Do you know what it means to supply them your palm oil? That you are a major distributor to just 3 or 4 Sainsbury in that African side. Just palm oil alone. They are saying it's difficult to enter. There's a lot of bureaucracy. Oh, you want them to put it on your hand and say, take it, give you. But there is no money. Is there there's no money. No, is there money? I don't even know what I'm saying. There's no money. There's no money. I like that. No go palm oil. But when you buy your house, call me. I beg more, come wash hands together. But there's no money. I'll rest my case on that. I just hope somebody will start seeing differently. Am I saying it's going to come easy? It's not. Even the one you are doing is not easy. It's not. Is it easy? It's not easy now. So why would I tell you to come easy? But I'm saying, can you start seeing? Can you start opening your eyes to see? Can we start seeing? Hello, sis. How are you doing? Happy birthday once again. Oh, being broke is easier, but you know the end of it is not easy. When you cannot pay your bills, the heartache, the hypertension that thing can produce, knowing fully that next month your house rent and many other bills will be full from your account, but you don't have enough to take care of it. You're welcome, sis. So would I rather choose the easy that will not give me a secured future? I'll ask myself, how can I open my eyes and see? So unfortunately, Baba is living on credit card and overdraft. And we're already training our children to also prepare for when they will have student loan and live on credits also for their own education. So nobody is thinking of breaking that legacy. But it's easy for us to sit back and say, it's because it's difficult. It's because this. It's because this. We know 101 ways in which it will not work. But you have not sat down to ask yourself, who is doing it? How can I start doing it? But there is no money. I'll forever respect the Arabs. We have carried school on our head. Those guys have carried solving problem and creating solution on their head. There is no money. But do you know how many repair stores, car repair? Guys, I sit down and look at where are these guys sitting down? Where are they sitting? In the old economic stream, property. Do you know there are many more Indians that own property in this country than a natural British person? Many more Indians own property more in this country than the indigenous British. Statistics. Go and look your research. I look at where are they sitting. You look at most of the mechanics, those are the guys sitting there. Car sales, to an extent, they are the guys sitting there. Driver, Uber, delivery, all those things, they are the ones sitting there. I don't know if you've also noticed, when it comes to call center, insurance, almost all the call job, the major one in the 9 to 5, not the council one, those guys have owned it as a business. But there is no money in this country. Guys, I believe I've done my best in helping us to know that we cannot continue this way and expect a different result. Somebody else is already owning us. Why? Because they are the one feeding us, even though the food originated from our country. So in other words, we are not the one in charge. We are already... Somebody said something that, you know, in Africa, in the African, what do we call it now? Based on race, it's only we that money does not stay within our community for more than 2 hours. Let me explain. If you collect your salary today, the place where you are going to buy your African food is not owned by an African. So money is leaving the African community to another community. The place where you pay for your car, repair of your car, is not owned by an African. So money is leaving the African community. I can mention your nail tech, your hair makers for some of us. The place where you do those things, every month, money is leaving the African community. While an average Jew or an average Arab, even to the accountant that is managing the account, the money is rolling within their community. So we will make money and pour it outside our community within 2 hours. Within 2 hours. Check your bank statement. Check where most of your money is going to. Check it. Within 2 hours, we'll pour the money out of our community. You want to buy a house today, you need a mortgage advisor, you need a solicitor. The people you are giving it to, they are outside your community. So you work hard, packed money together, and the conveyor or the solicitor you are paying is outside your community. So money averagely lasts not more than 2 hours before it breaks out of the African community sector. Why? Because we are not taking that place. We have handed it over to every other person except us. So we are making money to enrich other race. Why? We need to go for 9 to 5. You're welcome, my dear sis. Don't worry. Do you understand? So we need to start thinking. My work here is, if all I've done tonight is to make you open your mind and start thinking differently. If you look at the up sector within the health sector, any NHS, the majority of those at the up, if they are not British, they are either Filipinos. We are trying to show the black that came there that I'm older than you, I'm senior than you, I am more experienced than you, I'm not in your class. Those guys are growing and becoming the voice. They are becoming the voice. They are growing, taking over that sector, becoming the voice. For quality palm oil, reach out to me. I don't know before, sincerely, but I go pin this question, this your comment. I go pin them for you. I don't know you. But if you give me small, make a test for you. I feel market for you. So we need to start seeing different and stop complaining and start saying it's not possible, it's not doable, blah blah blah. Why? Because the past 3 years, the way you have been living your life is already starting to condition yourself to what reality and possibility can be. Until somebody snap you out of it. Until somebody or something snap you on. I say, wait a minute. Something happened once, and a friend was sharing this to me. He said he was in his own city center, just sitting down, and an Arab guy came. He might not look like it. Came and said, he just want to ask that what is the transaction, or in terms of the frequency of movement of people around here, how is it? Do you have any information? Do you have anything that you can tell me that or things like that? Wow, this place is quite, many people move and blah 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 blah. By the time our brother finished, he was just smart enough to ask a question. So why are you asking? He said, me and 4 of my friends, we are planning to buy the post office that you are seeing there. I just want to have information from the local somehow. They want to buy post office. If you ask me which masters they get, they might not have one master's degree, but they are buying a post office. Suddenly I know that, people can actually buy post office in this country. So guys, we have to understand that our possibilities, if it's only on 9 to 5 or all those jobs we're doing, we're already the one limiting ourselves. We have already conditioned our reality and what our life can become. Unfortunately, you will most likely have to do that for 10 years before it makes sense, if it ever makes sense. And as you are growing up, you are growing, age, strength is reducing, age is increasing. So don't come into a STEM and just close your eyes. Ask yourself, the version of what I'm doing in Nigeria, in Kenya, in Jamaica, in wherever you're coming, is there a version of it that there's a demand here? It's called recycling of business. You were selling jewelries in Nigeria. You were selling makeup in Nigeria. Do we have a Tara brand here in the UK? Do we have somebody that can represent? One of my students said there is a baby food industry in Nigeria. She's their representation here in UK. She doesn't do marketing. When they speak with the company back in that, we need this food, they just direct them to come and meet her in the UK. And all she does is just sit in between. Privilege of opportunities. The business of privilege. The fact that I'm the one in the UK. She just became a representative. She says she doesn't do any marketing, but they keep referring to her. Why? Because she's their rep here in the UK. What is that thing that there's a version of it that there can be a demand here in the UK? You have to start thinking. You have to allow God to help your mind to start thinking. And the time you should use to think, you are using it to go and pack extra shift already. Let me stop, guys. Let's move to property. I'll share the small thing I know about property before I talk about the third thing. Today is our third last day, so I'm pouring out my heart. Why? Because after this one, I'm going on hibernation. I'm going to work on some other things that I'm building for my future. So I'll not be here except on Saturdays. You'll just be only seeing me on Saturday 6 p.m. showing up on Saturday. I don't want to be the person showing people direction, but my life is not sounding like it. Today is your first time. You're welcome. The second thing, let's talk a little bit about property. I'm not a specialist or an advisor when it comes to property, but I can give you the small information of what I have that has worked for me so that you can leverage on it and start somewhere. The question is, why did I even talk about property? Why did I even feel people should not sleep on it? Remember the first thing I said? I said, if we have 166 families, immigrant families, that came into the UK within the past 2 to 3 years, all of them will need a place to stay. Average rent of £1,000, which means that 100 and how much? I don't want to mistake the number. 166,000 times £1,000 equals, which means that £166,000 per month. Million is exchanging now in house rent every month. And the reason why I'm saying this is many of us have different narrative, different ideology, different thoughts, and different understanding about property. Some are saying the reason why I'm not getting property is because I've not finalized my stay in this country. How can you tie yourself to a property? Blah, blah, blah. Different narratives. Like I said, everybody is correct. Depending on the knowledge that you have, you are all correct. But you know the potential. £166 million in house rent every month. And this data I'm giving you is not correct because it's not a true representation of how many immigrants came in the past few years that we have been here. Now, what is my own story? I started by telling you that because I pay attention to my finance, I discovered that in 18 months, we have paid £27,000 in house rent in 18 months. So I discovered that one of the major biggest expenses that any of us would ever have in the UK is our house rent. However, within that my discovery, I discovered that I'm only paying it to the landlord, but it can never count into my future. I am only giving it to the landlord, but it can never count into my future. So I told myself that, so do you mean in 5 years, over £90,000 would have gone from my hand into the hands of a landlord because I'm only renting? The money, I asked myself, is this the best the money can become from me? That's the first question I asked. Another thing I told myself, that do you know that 27,000 is enough down payment, 10% for a mortgage here in the UK? I said, no. People say, no, don't jump on a mortgage. You're this only pencil they used to write your name. You don't have ILR yet, blah, 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 blah. They mention everything and anything they want to say. Like I said, there are people who know 1,000 ways in which things cannot work, but they cannot tell you 1 or 2 ways in which it will work. Don't be that kind of person. You know 1,000 ways in which it cannot work. If you find out that your mind is quick to tell you why it cannot work, guy, pay attention to who you are becoming or who you have become. That's the first thing that is already fighting your possibility. That's the first thing. You know 35 ways in which business cannot work in this country, but you don't know 2 ways in which it can work. It's already telling you how your mind is being programmed or has been programmed. Back to our mortgage discussion or property discussion. So I told my wife, I said, what can we do to reduce this major cost? And with the ultimate plan to make sure that these things start working for us instead of working against us. Why? Because the moment we are giving it to somebody else, we are building the other person's future in the name of paying rent. So we moved from Luton, where we were, to Wirral, and we discovered that in 1 year, over £6,000 was saved in house rent. Over £6,000 was saved in house rent. That £6,000 that potentially could have gone to take care of the landlord's mortgage. Over 6,000 by just moving from one location to another location. But don't forget, it's still rent, so it's not working for us yet. So what I've been able to do is, out of the 27,000 plus, we'll be able to cut it down to like 21,000 if we calculate it over 18 months. Though our plan was, immediately we moved here, we decided that we are not going to stay in rented property for too long. So within 11 months, we are able to move from rented property to our own property. And our mortgage repayment on a monthly basis is just £750. So see how we have dropped that our cost of housing from £1,550 per month to £750, saving £800 every month. That means in a year, if we do that for 1 year, it would have secured for us how much? £9,600 removed from what we could have used to pay another person's. I say everybody is on a mortgage. Everybody in the UK, as long as you have a place where you are staying, where we say no, the council give you the house for free. Everybody is on a mortgage. Some of us have decided to take it by ourselves, while some of us have decided to allow the landlord to take the mortgage on our behalf and is using the money we are giving as rentals to clear the mortgage. But if that was the only thing, it would have been better. But it's also collecting profits on it. But you know the painful thing about it? Everything we are giving to the landlord to pay his own mortgage, or we are giving as rental, it is gone. Like, it's like they blow air upon your face. The money don't go in a legitimate way. Why this other one, whereby you are the one who took it by yourself, you are building equity for yourself. Yes, the bank is collecting interest. I agree. And there's a way you can even structure it whereby it will still work to your advantage. We're not talking much about that. But at the long run, you are building something for yourself. You are building something for yourself. Within this past 1 year plus, I have discovered many things within that industry, that space. So the question is, okay, so how can we do this mortgage thing? Like I said, guys, whatever I'm sharing is not financial advice. I'm just giving my experience. There are some people who might be more experienced than me. One day I would have somebody who is well grounded in it that will come and talk to us. But you see how my thinking has moved me from still looking for £1,550 every month, grinding very hard to pay it, to dropping it to 750. While this other first one I'm using is gone forever. Now I'm using it to build equity for myself. Within 3.5 years of being in the UK, we are just here for 3.5 years. So it's not like I'm saying I've been here for 18 years, 10 years, just 3.5 years in the UK. Can you see how thinking, even though I put you in a place, the way you condition and train yourself can actually evolve you. And you don't need to do that for long before you evolve. I tell people that it's not places that make people. It is people that make things out of places. People that will most likely never make anything in life are those who are waiting for the place to make them, instead of making something out of the place. And don't forget, nobody is here to save you. Nobody is here to rescue you. You become what you have made for yourself. Is either you hand over the driver's seat to the system to keep making you what they want you to be, or you ask yourself, what am I making for myself? So let me share my little knowledge about mortgage so that somebody can learn from it. All right, so how do you go about this process? What are the things you need to do? All right, so the first thing which I usually advise people, or I don't advise, which I usually would talk, because I'm not meant to advise, I will always say is have a plan. Have a plan. Have a plan. The plan will force you to stop going on vacation every year while you don't have anything to your name as a property. The plan will force you to stop doing over purchasing on Timo, TikTok, and everything, while you can push that money into what you people are building for yourself. Now, the plan, if you are less than 40 years old, go and open a lifetime ISA account. Why? Because anything you put into that lifetime ISA account to the tune of £4,000, government will give you 25% returns on it. That means if you put £4,000, government will give you £1,000 on it. Free £1,000. You have that one. Imagine your wife also is less than 40 years old, right? She also does her own £4,000. It might be coming from both of us, but at least each of these ISA accounts, lifetime ISA, is registered in our different name. She does her own too. That means in that 1 year, both of you have collected free £2,000 from the government. Free £2,000 if you are less than 40. I would rather do this than putting the money in one adjust system that will never bring increase for me. It's called smart financial moves for a reason. So instead of the money looking for how I will pack it all at once as a lump sum from a job or whatever you call it, why not ask yourself, where can I put it that it has opportunity to generate more? Because a job is what you put inside, you are gathering at the long run, so there's no profit on it. It's just that it's coming lump sum. But you already know that in projection you have a plan. Awesome, beautiful. You have a plan that we want to buy a house in the next 1 year. So how can we collect free 2K from the government? Me and my wife together. That means we have £10,000 already. Yes, beautiful. If you want the journey to be a lot easy when it comes to finance, because government at this point, they will sit down with your finance and scrutinize it. Please, as much as possible, keep a steady job for a minimum of 6 months before you want to purchase the house. Keep a minimum of 6 months steady job for a minimum of 6 months. I mean a paid salary job. For instance, I ought to have resigned earlier, but I did not want to resign. Why? Because I know when it comes to house purchase, that will work for my advantage. Why? Because I have a pay slip that I can show. Why? Because many a times they will need your 3 to 6 months pay slip, depending on kind of thing you are doing. Does that mean you cannot use business for it? No, I'm not saying so. So for instance, for us, our house deposit came not just from salary. It came from salary and my business. Self-employed though, not limited. Self-employed. Some people have said, oh, this thing you are doing on digital marketing, blah, blah, you cannot use it to pay for blah, blah, to buy a house or blah, 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 blah. I look and I laugh. You know why I laugh? It's still a level of ignorance that is talking. With all due respect. The only way that money cannot be used as part of what you can add to your deposit is if you have not paid tax on that particular amount within that tax year. So I could use my own. Why? Because I've paid tax on that particular amount the previous years through using my self-assessment. So there's a portion that was coming from my salary and my wife's salary, and there's a portion that was coming from my business. Guys, when I say plan financially, it's not only for the deposit. Guys, after you buy a house, that's almost like the least you will spend. Beyond that, please prepare another £2,000 to £5,000 just to have by your side for yourself and for the family. I've seen people you buy house finish and there's no money to eat. All in the name of buying house. But do you know how sweet it is that after you purchased your house, you still have more than 5k? Guys, you see why salary alone cannot cut this thing? You will get gbese. Salary alone cannot cut. If not, you want to, except you want to plan for another 3 years. That means you would have saved for 3 years or 2 years plus. Salary alone cannot cut it. I can successfully do our deposit in 4 to 5 months successfully without sweat. And after that, I still have minimum of 5,000 sitting somewhere. So I'm not under pressure after buying house. So it's not like I saved all the money I will have in life together to buy house. You see why we say we cannot sit on salary alone if you really want to do well in this country. So your finance, in terms of your deposit, have a plan for it. I've given you the easiest one you can profit from it. For instance, another portion of it came from my Trading 212 investments. Remember I told you it produced 45% last year. So I couldn't wait for my salary to be the only means to buy house. For me, I don't know. I don't plan that kind of life for myself. I don't plan that kind of life. That the only way I can buy house is to gather my salary before I can buy house. No, I refuse to live that low life. With all due respect, it's my choice, please. I'm not against anybody. Me, Jide Neye, I refuse to live that kind of life. That's the way the system expects us to live it. So, create a plan. Beyond one stream, ask yourself what other stream can now replicate. For me, like I mentioned now, investment. Anything that will make your money produce more towards when you want to use it, jump on it. That's why I mentioned lifetime ISA. It's better than Ajo any day, anytime. Any day, anytime. Is better than Ajo. The 4,000 pounds I want to put in Ajo, I'll put it in lifetime ISA. Ajo cannot give me 1,000 pounds in returns. Lifetime ISA will give me 1,000 pounds in return. Let's be smart. Anybody doing Ajo, I'm not against your business, so you know, I'm not against it. I don't even know if it's a business, but I'm not against it. I'm just explaining how you can create a plan. Like I said, you have to be in a job for a minimum of 6 months. Minimum. Because they will sit down, they want to see how the deposit was coming in. How the deposit of that money was coming in. If you say it's from salary, they want to see your pay slip. How the money was growing progressively from your pay slip. Which one is lifetime ISA? Lifetime ISA is an ISA system here in the UK that government use as an leverage for 2 things. Number one, if you want to buy property or you want to keep it until you are retired. And every tax year in the UK, you have opportunity to put a maximum of £4,000 to get 25% return from the government. Can you put more than that? Yes, you can. But the other ones you are putting there is not working for you. But you can put £4,000 and government will give you £1,000 in return. But you can only use it for 2 reasons. Number one, if you want to buy a house the first time and the house is not more than $430,000 pounds in totality. And number two, if you don't want to use it to buy a house, you want to keep it until you retire. If you use it or you withdraw from it without the aim of using it to buy a house, number one, government will collect their 1,000 back and they will collect fee on the one that you have put there, which is your 4,000. So that is what the lifetime ISA is. For that, the person that asks which one, gracious that asks which one is lifetime ISA. So it's important for you to create that lifestyle from your finance. Another thing which many people don't pay attention to is where this credit thing will start backfiring on many people. What you can get as a good interest rate when it comes to mortgage has a lot to do with your credit lifestyle. What if you have mortgage already? It's called first time buyer. It's not for a second time buyer. Second time, you have to look for 25% and you still pay, what do we call it now? Stamp duty. Where can you open a lifetime ISA? Most of your high street bank will most likely help you open it. If you are using any of the big bank, Barclays, Lloyds Bank, all of them, just reach out to any of them or check online. You can open a lifetime ISA swiftly, easily. It's not difficult, and you don't have to have the 4,000 at once. You can put 100 today, but like I say, the plan is so that you can use it to buy house. All right, so you can put money, just keep it growing. Now, the second thing which many people don't pay attention is their credit report. Credit reports in this country, because mortgage is one of the biggest debts you would ever be in this country. One of the biggest debts you would ever be in this country. So you have to understand the risk that the person who is borrowing you 90% of the house, the money for the house you want to buy, the person is taking more risk than you. So you are only bringing 10%, and the lending company is saying we'll give you 90%. So they are taking more risk. Because of that, they want to be sure that the person they are risking their money on has a good credit reporting system. That is where the course, the training I mentioned is on YouTube on how to build a good credit system is very important to you. Please, any of them is okay. Any of them. Plum is okay. Moneybox is okay. You can open on it, yeah. But definitely you can ask your bank also. They will help you. It's not difficult. So what is in your credit report? This is where the lender will scrutinize it. So you want to buy a house maybe 1 year from now, 2 years from now. Make sure that all your payments are consistent. I mean, all the monthly payments that you pay, energy bill, all those bills that you pay, make sure that there is no delayed or arranged payment. Arranged payment simply means I could not pay for it now. I owe energy for so months, so it has accumulated to 400 pounds. I don't have 400 pounds to clear it now. So the company reached out to me and we had a conversation that, I will pay it in 4 installments. Guys, that thing will be recorded on your report. It simply means that you had a failed payment. The bank is already questioning themselves that, how are we sure we are not risking ourselves if we give this guy this same money? How are we sure it will not fail? Can I have access to all the ISA money? Yeah, for the purchase of property. As long as it's purchase of property within 3 to 4 years. You can have access to it after the first year. Because it's after 1 year, they will put the 25% on it, right? Next year, they will not put 25% on the first 4,000 you have put in. If you put another 4,000, so for instance, I want to buy a house in 3 years from now. Every year, I can be putting 4,000 pounds into my lifetime ISA and I'll still be getting 1,000. So in 3 years, I would have added 12,000 pounds, right? 4 times 3, 12, yeah, 12,000 pounds I would have contributed, but government would have given me 3,000 pounds, which makes it 15,000 altogether into my lifetime ISA. Free money, no be juju be that. We're not talking ISA now. Let's continue. Is there restriction of age? Yes, you have to be less than 40 years old. If you are more than 40 years old, you cannot use it. That's for those who want to use the system. But it will take a long period of time. So you have to wait for a long period of time before you can achieve that reality of your life. But it's still a pathway. So like I said, your credit. Now, you have to start paying attention to your credit system. What are the things that has negative impact? Anything in your credit report that is showing that you are heavily dependent on credit, or you are not able to take care of your financial monthly obligation, anything that has that reflection in your credit report already is not working to your advantage. So, like missing of payments, heavy dependence on Klarna. Do you know for every Klarna you are using is showing in your credit report? Hope you know. It's showing your credit report. So, if they see that this guy on a monthly basis, he uses Klarna about 17 times, it's already asking a question. Does it mean that he doesn't have enough finance to take care of himself, that he has to depend on a credit system to take care of it. Why? Because they want to give you bigger credit. So they are careful to be sure that the person I'm giving it to is not a risky person. So you pay attention to how your lifestyle is. If you need all the things you need to pay attention to for your credit report, go and check the YouTube video on my channel. You see where I talk about understanding the credit system within the country in diaspora. Is there. It works perfectly for UK. So you must have created that game plan long from now. Why is it important? It's important. Why? Because just one late payment that you have, there are some lenders that can give you a better rate, but will tell you they are not willing to give you because you have a late payment within the past 1 year. So they are not willing to give you a better rate. The name of my YouTube channel, check the link in my bio. Click on that link, open it. You'll see the second button is the YouTube channel. You'll see it there. All right. So you find out that what could have given you 4.3%, that lender says, no, we cannot give you because your credit report is not showing that in the past 1 year, you have been diligent in paying your money. Exceedingly, I think I need you here, my brother. I think I need you. Please don't leave me. Don't leave me. My gurus don't they come in. So it's important for you to pay attention to that credit. How are you, sir? It's important for you to pay attention to what is in your report. Why? Because it has a major way of impacting the kind of interest rate you can have access to. So we say it is more than just the score. It is what your report is saying about you. So I can have a score of 800, but my report is saying that in the past 12 months, I have some delayed or missed payments about 3 times or 2 times. Some lenders will not overlook it. Why? Because they are asking themselves, if you are truly in charge of your finance, why would you have missed payments? Though you have sorted it out, but they are saying because it happened between the past 1 year, they will still hold it against you in giving you a better rate. You see people that could get 4.7% or 4.3% rate will be getting another rate of as high as 6%. Why? Because the criteria that each lenders look into differ from one lender to another. But that's why I'm saying your credit report is one of the major things that influences how they see you. If they see you as somebody that is not of a high risk person to them, or you are a less risk person to them, it's not necessarily in how much you have in deposits or the initial deposit you have, if you like, is in how much they see or what they see in your credit reporting system. Very important. So before I even start, I pay attention to those 2 things. I have a deposit plan that shows how the money is coming in. How the money, because in my payslip, they should, if I say it's from salary or 60% of it came from salary, 20% is coming from Lifetime ISA, 10% is coming from my self-employed business, they must be able to see it and track it. Your solicitor will sit down and look at all those numbers to make sure that it tallies, so that you don't start having explanation that touches and a lot of query upon query upon query. Now your money, you won't use your money back, but there's still a query on top of. Guy, it's one of the longest journey you will ever go through in purchasing here in this country. You can purchase car finance, it's very easy. They'll just give you car finance, you go buy car. But when it comes to a house, that's where they will sit down and scrutinize and scrutinize. And for me, I said we got our source of fund from 2 major points. Number 1, salary. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Let me highlight it. No mind TikTok in the block, I'm going to highlight it. Tidy your account for at least 1 year before you begin. Beautiful. Thank you. So we got our own source of fund for 2 places. Number 1, salary. Number 2, my self-employed business. But the only reason why I could use my self-employed business was because I have paid tax on that self-employed business. So any funds that come from that place now can be used for my purchase, for my house purchase. So pay attention to that thing. That's not the time you go borrow money to buy chair, 10,000, borrow money to go Albania, credit card, you they max them out 50%, 70%. You are using your credit card anyhow, saying the money they are available to me. All those things are going into your report. If it shows how you are heavily dependent on credit, it can work against you in the future. So pay attention to those two things as you start. Is it good to connect all your bank into one? Or into one? It's good, and you can see everything from one dashboard. It's good from that angle. Is there any disadvantage? I really, you know, I do it for Monzo. I can see everything in Monzo dashboard. So I have now I don't even use those. Why? Because I have everything so I'm not only interested in seeing how much is in each of them, but Snoop will tell me how I am spending on each of them so that I can have a full overview of my finance. And that's why I use Snoop than using one bank to have all the banks attached into one bank. That's why I use Snoop. So I can have a full overview of how the money is spending, how it is going. Would I have enough to meet the bill for next month? All those things are done properly for me. That's the difference. All right, so we've looked at the account. We have tidied up the account. We have made sure that our account is sitting well. My account is sitting well. I'm using my life as an example now. I've used my account. I've made sure the account is sitting well. Then I move to the second thing. The second thing is where I see many people flop. One of the major mistake, I won't call it mistake. The second place is where I see people flop. They do what we call the affordability check. What is the affordability check? Affordability check simply means you go to a mortgage advisor or use any of these mortgage company. Those are the intermediary between you and the bank as regards what you can borrow, where I can borrow. I could have gone by myself to the bank and talk, but it's usually best going through that mortgage. Why? Because number one, they have access to many different lenders. That's number one. Number two, that affordability check, instead of using the bank directly to do my affordability check, the mortgage provider can do my affordability check and give me an estimate of what I can get to start with. So for instance, you can use L&C just for getting your affordability check. You can use L&C. It's the name of a company. You do it for free. So for instance, what do they ask you on L&C? L&C want to know how much is coming into your account, into your hand every month. What is the kind of house you want to buy? How much can they borrow you? How much can you get as from any lender? So they look at your monthly salary, your annual salary. Do you want to do it alone or you want to do it with your wife? They look at the combined family income. They look at how much is your expenses. Now they look at it and look at now the majority maximum of how they do is they can only afford to borrow you minimum of 2.5 times of what you are earning per annum. Minimum 2.5 times what you are earning per annum. There are people that can borrow, that can do calculation to as high as 3%, 33 times what you are earning per annum. So if the family combined income is 60,000, that means my affordability means that because of this kind of income that I am earning consistently, what they can probably borrow me will be 2.5 times that is, which is roughly around how much? 120 plus 30, 150,000 pounds. That means lenders will be comfortable to borrow me 150,000. Why? Because that amount influences the kind of house that you start looking for. So there are some people that they are earning and the combined income of the family is around 80,000 pounds. That means they can afford to borrow more. But like I said, the mistake they now make there is, this is what I want to say. Like I said, once you go to your mortgage advisor, they will give you the figure they are working with. In fact, just go to L&C. If you put it there, it will show you what you can borrow. All this calculation is for explanation purpose, so that you can know what is behind it. The exact figure, you will know it. It's free. You can do it tonight. L&C, you get information in that regard. London and Country, I think it's called London and Country. You can go online and check your affordability. At least that will give you an idea of how much you can even get if you want to buy a house. But the other thing that will also let you know is it will start giving you the idea of the kind of price of house you should be looking for. So If your affordability is showing that you can only borrow £150,000 and you are staying in London, you know that the possibility of getting a house of £150,000, a 3-bedroom or a 2-bedroom, is slim. So it's already showing you that you will not be able to afford it in that city that you are trying to buy. So some of you would have to look for other city out of that city where your affordability can cover. If not, it will be difficult for you to get a mortgage from that, except if you want to increase what is your deposit, the money you have been keeping for the house. If you want to increase it from 10% to probably 20%. So if the house is 250 and the company can only give me 10, can only give me 200, that means I myself would have to go and save 50,000 because my affordability is saying that it's only 200 they can give me. So I have to save 50,000 to cover it. But like I said, this is where people start making mistakes. Affordability does not mean that is the amount you must borrow from the bank at all costs. And why am I saying this? I'm saying this for two reasons. The way many of us buy house, we buy our first house as if it's the final and the best and the last house we want to buy. So we increase the risk. We increase the financial pressure. Why? Because you're already going for a house of 350, 400. Not because the house is not good, but you're already increasing the risk exposure that you are putting on yourself from a financial pressure point of view. So I tell people, because they can afford to borrow you 250 does not mean you should borrow 250. Why? Because if they borrow you, many of them will fix, there's something we call fixed or variable interest, right? They can fix that for the next 5 years would only take an interest of 4 or 3.5%. Now your 5 years has completed. Before the 5 years, you were paying maybe 1,500 as your mortgage repayment. But what you did not sit down to look is, after your 5 years, would you still be able to get that 4.5%? What if the interest rate moves up to around 5 point something percent, which is probably the case? Would you still be able to afford to pay an additional £300 on the 1.5 that you are paying as your mortgage repayment? That's what I'm saying. The less pressure you put on yourself, the better it is for yourself. So because they say they can give or borrow you 350, does not mean you should go and look for a house of 400 or 350. Can you reduce the pressure? Why? Because that house you are taking is not an asset to start with. In the first few years, it's not an asset, it's a liability. How do I mean? It will keep taking money without adding money to you. In the first few years, it will not add money to you, it will be taking money from you. So you must make sure that after I've done my affordability check, I ask myself, looking at the earning that we are earning, and ask ourselves, they say they can give me at 4.3%. If it increased to 5%, and they say that they will add additional £200 after 5 years that I'll be paying, can I afford it? For me, that is my own real affordability check. The bank has done their own based on the data, but me, I'm asking myself, because of the future, would I be able to afford it? If the answer is no, I cut my quotes according to my size. For instance, the first house we wanted to buy was 200,000. Where I'm staying, around where I'm staying, 3-bedroom, 1 toilet, 200,000. The one we finally bought was 150,000. 3-bedroom, 2 toilets, solar panel fully installed on it. I'll talk about that one separately. So you find that even if there's an increment on our interest in the future, it will not put financial pressure on us after the first 5 fixed year of interest rates. So it's important we pay attention to that. Which city I'm in? The Wirral. Wirral is close to Liverpool. He say me I show. See me when my oga they say make I show am way. It's in the Wirral. So that's the thing about affordability. I have tried best to make it easy so that you don't complicate it, but at the same time make the best financial decision for yourself. Then after affordability check, you have had idea of how much you can borrow from the bank. The next thing is now to do what we call what do they call it now? Looking for the house. You start looking for the house that you want to buy. This is another second place where people make a major mistake. especially our women. I love now. I just make a tell that truth, especially our women. When you want to do those house search, please, what you are buying is not the aesthetics of the house, is the value of the house. This is where that thing I call it a liability, that your mortgage is a liability. This is where it can quickly switch from a liability to becoming an asset for you. So you are not going to look for this. I like the way the tiles are. I like the way the floor are. I like the way the blah blah. That's not the first thing you look for in that property. Yes, it's the house where you want to stay. But like I said, don't buy the house as if this is the last house you want to buy. The way we buy our first house sometimes is like, this is the last house I want to buy in my life. This is the best kind of house I want to buy. No, I don't. I don't attend. Liverpool is still like 20 minutes far away from me, so it's far away. He said aesthetics follow. You see what they talk now, our women. I remember a particular house we checked, me and my wife. And these people are smart. So they have demoed it with new aesthetics. They've created shelf. They've put golden things. It's not a new house. So they've put everything there. Once my wife enter, her eye don dey do shook. I go to the back. I look at the size of the garden. If I stretch my hand like this, my hand go cover the garden. I go to the front. I look at the car park. There's no car park. Na street you go dey park. I go upstairs. I look at the room. If I take 2 or 3 giant steps, I don't reach the wall to wall. I look at the price of the house within the location. I see say the house where they want sell to us, it don't dey among the high-end cost for house in that area. My eye say, no, you cannot make this financial mistake, no matter how much the aesthetics is. And I mentioned what you look for. You look for the value in the house. Number one, when you are buying a house, you look at the location where you are. How has the value of houses been increasing year on year where you stay? You have to pay attention to it. If not, it will. You find out that you bought the house. They say house they appreciate, but you find out that the way your house is appreciating is almost close to zero. But you that value that is what value is. So imagine they are 54. For instance, a particular house. I look at the house where I bought at 150, right? Do you know that right now I look at Zoopla, the current worth of the house is 165,000. So that means the house have appreciated by 15,000 pounds. But do you know there are locations that you will buy the same house, the house will never appreciate over 1 or 2 years, or even 3 years. Ideally, they say house value should double within 10 years. So that's what I'm saying. Beyond aesthetics, look at the location and tell you can check Zoopla, you can check Rightmove, put the postcode and the number of the house there. Check what is the value of the house. How, when the last person will buy them, how much he buy them. Wait, now that you want to sell it, what is the difference and how much is selling it, and how many years is the interval? That will tell you if houses in that location, the value is increasing or is just stagnant. Can you see why aesthetics is not the only thing? Number one. Number two, when it comes to house, please don't fall in love with houses. Fall in love with the value. You know the truth. After 1 year, it go clear for your eye. When you first fell in love, you know that they do MTN call for midnight. You go do MTN call, you go start from 12 midnight, you go finish around 6 a.m. You say goodbye, you say no, you first say your first goodbye. No, I will say my goodbye first. You drop, you cut now, me I will cut first. You cut first, you start another 1 hour again. After you are ready, the thing go clear for your eye. Say when you were toasting, you used to call me 4 hours. Now you cannot even call me for 3 minutes. You go to work, you did not even check how I am doing. Why? Because there's a bigger responsibility that is in front of you. You see why you don't fall in love with aesthetics? You fall in love with value. So what do you do to check? You first check the location. How does house appreciate in that location? That's number one. Another thing you check, because you have children, check the schools that are within that locality and check what is the Ofsted rating for those schools, because those are the schools that your children will go attend at the long run. Is there a school that is close to it that have outstanding or good Ofsted rating? Ofsted is the regulatory body for education in this country that shows you what is the performance from school to school. You don't want to buy a house in a good place, but the schooling there, the Ofsted rating means is poor. That means your children for the next 6 years of their life will be subjected to an educational system that is below standard. So you pay attention to that one too. Number 2, you pay attention to the rating, especially the energy rating of the house where you want to buy. So imagine we could have bought a house of 3 bedroom, 1 toilet at 200,000. When we got another property of 3 bedroom, 2 toilets at 150,000. So you can see the difference between two. So you pay attention to the energy rating because that will influence how much you'll be spending on energy every month in that property. The least you should consider should be a C energy rating. The least should be a C. For instance, the energy rating for where I am, how are you, bro? Sis. The energy rating for our house is A. A. It is not many houses that have A. Energy rating is A. That means we'll spend less on burning gas to heat the house because the energy rating is A. So can you see that it's beyond just aesthetics that you pay attention to? So you look at the Ofsted rating, you look at the energy rating, you look at the rate at which house is appreciating within that location. That one you can do it on Zoopla. That will even let you know if the house you are buying, your own price, similar house in that location, will let you know if your own price that you are paying is above what many other houses are valued at within that location. So you can look at the most recent house that looked like your own that was sold within that location. How much was it sold? It will give you an idea of what your own house, the real value, looks like. No, every seller will want to maximize profit on their sales. So you yourself should also maximize savings on your purchase. So it's beyond aesthetics, my people. Now, when you are going for viewing, please open your eyes. Don't just look at aesthetics. If you see a place whereby they use wallpaper to cover it, trust me, behind it most of the time, there's something they are hiding. So you don't want to spend your money buying a property whereby at the long run, behind it, there's a lot of wall issue in behind it. If there's a crack on the wall, can you know it from the wallpaper? You will not. So for me, this is why aesthetics should not swallow you. You are looking at, this is the biggest purchase, the biggest debt that you ever be in. You are paying attention to all those details so that you can make a smart and a wise decision. So you start doing your house viewing. You look at those. Please don't view one house. When you think you have seen the best, you will be shocked when you go to the next one. So you go to many of these housing websites, Zoopla, Rightmove, and I don't know all their other names. Just go there, register, create an account, go to the buying site, go put your postcode of where you are looking for, look at the houses that are available, start calling the agents, doing some viewing. Please don't be hasty to make a quick decision. House is not something you rush into. Many of the time, if you rush in, you go bite your finger. Don't rush in. So you view and view. You should have criteria of what you are looking for. I need a 2 toilets. I need a 3 bedroom. I need this. I need that. I need this. In addition to that, then you add all these other things. The energy rating should be this. The distance, the kind of schools around it should be this. What's the distance between the house and my children's school? You look at it. Oh, if I have more of toddlers, that means for the next 6 years, I'll be having to be driving about 20 meters to take them to school, or 20 minutes to take them. It's a school, the best school is far away from it. If your children are already in year 6, that means in year 5, that means they can start walking to school by themselves. So the only thing I might check is just the offset, not necessarily the distance. So can you see how you are looking at your life also to make that decision? So it's not just aesthetics, my people. If it's aesthetics, I go sell rubbish to many of them. I go sell rubbish if it is aesthetics. So you look at all those things during your house hunting, your house checking. You view as many as you can view. View as many as you can view. Then when you see the house that you feel like you like, please, during house viewing, please put prayer into your work. Put prayer so that you can see the ram that was caught in the ticket for you all this while. Put prayer inside them. I told you we almost bought a house of 200,000. But this house where we are staying now is 4 minutes from my children's school. I've been walking past that place. You know the funniest thing, they don't put for sale outside. I've been walking past it every now and then. The only thing I saw was the fact that there was bush in front of the place. Immediately from where I am, I use Google Map to track location from where I am so that I can know the address of the place. I look at the street, right? I look at the address, I look at the number. I go on Google and I just tap in the address, and suddenly I found out that the house was available for purchase. That's how I told the agent. When I saw the rating, I saw that he has a solar panel. I asked, is the solar panel fully paid for? He said, yes, it's fully paid for. Wow. At 160. That was the asking price, 160. That's another thing I want to say. Asking price, 160. I said, we're interested. It's way better than the 150 or 200 you want to pay. So the 200 you want to pay means that we would have incurred 40,000 extra debt if we are taking the first house that had just 3 rooms, 1 toilet, as compared to this one, 3 rooms, 2 toilets, and solar panel on it. So I showed my interest, but I was also on the altar of NSPPD, talking to God every day that nobody else will take this house except me. The house was too good to be true. A energy rating, solar panel inside the garden good, car park. I can park up to 4 cars in my car park. 4 minutes walk to my children's school. This is a ram caught in a ticket, like I said. So immediately you talk to the agency. Then the agency would put your offer before the seller, which they call the vendor. Now the vendor will look and say, we have many viewing. Out of the viewing, it will choose who they want to choose to proceed with. But when they are doing that, make a no lie for you, at the back end, they have access to check your credit report. Soft check. They're not going to tell you. They've done it also. It's just not your affordability. They are also doing a soft check to see if this guy is one of the best. They will ask what kind of job. I don't know why they are interested in what kind of job you do. This is why prayer for me is a major thing I work with in that area. So when they tell you that, okay, you are the one that we are willing to give it to, that is when you can now, you and your mortgage broker, your mortgage broker that you are using, you can go back and start looking for which lender is willing to borrow you that money. At what rate can they borrow you? They don't follow me, come. Yeah, now no see am. Now only me see am. TikTok now may block am. Why I leave am like that? It's between me and God. So which lender is willing to give you that money? That's where all the financial thing where they do ahead, that's where it start coming to play. So for instance, the house we wanted to get before, and this is what I'm sharing from my experience, the house we wanted to get before at 200,000. The first broker I was using, I was meant to pay that broker £500 to check for house. To check, they help us get a lender. That's number one. Number two, for some strange reason, the first house, which was 200,000, the broker said the lender said they would borrow us at, because I had a delayed payment, a missed payment within the past 1 year, that they will give us at, was it 6.7%? They talk about 6.7%. They say so. So we got a decision in principle from them. Decision in principle simply means that, okay, this is what we can borrow, and I think we can proceed with it. So you hold that document. Immediately we apply that we want to get that real offer from them, the full offer. They withdraw and say, no, they cannot give us again. That in fact, they found out that they are the cheapest in the country, and many people are plunking into it. So because of that, they've increased their rates. That they are no longer giving us 6 point something. That they can only give me at 7%. I do the calculation. I say, Kai, this thing will put extra pressure on me, but now only £50 per month. No worry, my business will take care of that one. I say, no problem, we'll take it. Immediately we did that decision, another new decision in principle, decision in principle on a Friday. We say make we apply on a Monday, and like so they cancel am again, say dem no fit do am. I say, which kind devil be this? What's happening about this house wey we wan purchase? Not knowing that the reason why God was cancelling that one was so that we can go back to this place where we are staying now. And one day I would just, because I remember I called the agent the first time of this house where we're staying. They say there's already somebody who is already in the buying process, that the seller has agreed with somebody, they're in the buying process. They said so. So I've removed my eyes from this place. We were looking at our 200 to purchase. But when the broker said they cannot give us again, my agent said, this thing is difficult. This is the first time she's ever experiencing this. I said, don't worry, me, I'm coming back to share testimony and I'll get a good deal. Don't worry. She's a black, not African, but she's a black. I said, I'll get a good deal, don't worry, blah, blah, blah. She said, well, no problem. I believe in the law of attraction. I said, me, you think it's the law of attraction and they talk about it. I didn't believe everything was lost because that one failed. But one day I was passing again to take my children to school again. I just see this property, after 3 months, I don't see anything. No be like say somebody don't finish by. I called the agent again. They said, oh, sorry, we should have gotten across to you. But the person who was on it, there was a problem with them, their financial positioning. So they could not go ahead of it. It's still available. I say, I'm interested, put my name. And so we jump up on one ladder. Now I went back to my agent now, and I say, agent, now we've seen another property. This is it. Please, can you help us get a new broker, a new lender? We went back to that same lender. He said, look at the property. He said, no, we cannot give you. I'm sorry, we cannot give you. Natural. Everybody would have given up. Remember, if I say now I will give up, mess up, include property. You know what we did? One of these days, I was on my Zoom, my Snoop, rather. I was just scrolling through my Snoop. Then suddenly I saw an ad talking about a mortgage advisor or a broker, that they will not collect any fee from you. Don't forget that my former broker, I will pay £500 the moment the lender agrees to borrow us. I'll pay the person £500. But with this new, so I just put my name inside that. I called that broker. And they said, okay, all right. Have you seen the property? I said, yes. He said, do you have an agreement in principle? I said, yes. Or decision in principle? I said, yes. Okay, let's get your information. We gave them the entirety of our information. Do you know that the same first broker that said it is impossible for any of the high street bank to borrow us because of what is in our report, this second one was able to use Barclays to get it for us? So what we could have paid 6.7% for, Barclays was willing to give us for 4.3%. See what was in code seeming like they work. See how the thing can turn to our advantage. And you know what is awesome with this new one? We don't need to pay the broker shishi. No money. We go pay the broker. No £500 ahead. So after securing that decision in principle, your broker is to help you look for which of the lender can borrow you. Please do your mathematics. Don't let them say because they say they found one, you just jump on it. Sit down, ask them, do your mathematics. Me, I like calling it window shopping your brokers. Have more than 2 or 3 brokers. Check them, compare to them. All of them will say we have access to all of the lenders. Still, no be true. The ones I am usually careful for is the broker that the agency have in their office. The estate agents that want to sell the house. The broker that they have in their office. Yes, they say they are independent, but me, I'm very careful of them. I'm very, very careful of them. It has never worked for me. I don't know if it has worked for you. So I'm very careful of people like that. I don't go with them. So that's why I say go with L&C to start with. It will show you an affordability. Broker like L&C will not collect 500. I'm doing free advert for them. They will not collect £500 from you. There are other brokers also that will not. See where I discovered my own on Snoop. Snoop. That says Snoop what they advertised to now saving a user. I saw it in it. So that was how we started the journey with Barclays Bank as our lender, which leads to what I've been saying about all your expenses and your finding. Immediately you add a decision in principle with Barclays. Barclays would not give you everything, the mortgage offer immediately. Then you bring in the next thing, which is called a solicitor. You need to get a solicitor. Your solicitor is who will help you look at all the books to make sure that everything is sitting well and there is nothing that will implicate you or be to your disadvantage from a documentation point of view. So they will ask you who is the solicitor you want to use. Now, in the choice of solicitor, this is another place where we suffer small. In the choice of solicitor, please be careful to just jump on every and any solicitor. Why? Because that could be the pain and the bottleneck in your progress. That would can be the most horrible 4 months of your life. Horrible. The choice of solicitor. Now, your agents most likely will recommend, or your broker can recommend a solicitor to you. Another way in which you can get solicitor is asking from people who don't buy before. Which solicitor did you use? Can I get their number? That's another way. The third way, which for me is also very critical, is no matter who you get, go on Google, go on Trustpilot, go on this site and check the reviews that people are dropping about the solicitor. Be very careful. Check the reviews that people are dropping about the solicitor. Guys, you'll be shocked that solicitors are not equal. Some will be the pain in your neck because you went for the wrong one. So the first one we went for was somebody that recommended it on TikTok to me. So I just jumped on that Bala. First, they told us that this is their fee. Okay, no problem. Their fees, you have a solicitor fee, which is usually within 1,500 to as high as 2,000 plus. All right. So I said, no problem. He said, it's a big firm, blah, blah. Guys, I am usually wary of big firms. Why? In a big solicitor firm, the bureaucratic system is too much, number one. Number two, they have massive number of clients. So your own is not exceptional. Why they will come carry your own on top head as if you are the special thing? No. So there's a lot of bureaucracy that I discover in big solicitor firm. What I find out at the long run is if you can look for a local solicitor that is running his practice within that region, that is not super big but have a better review, they will put more attention to your work. The first solicitor we started in August last year. Do you know from August to November, we could not make any significant progress? All in the name of we are still starting to search and check for your money. To do search for the property with the council, it took them almost more than 1 month. While the other solicitor that we finally used, we started in January. God bears me witness. We started in January. Before end of February, the solicitor has finished the entire process. But it's not a big name. But it's a big name within the locality and understands the purchase of property or sales of property within the locality. Has a better review on Trustpilot, on all the review sites I could get. They are better positive review. What are the review? Their communication. Lawyers sometimes could be the laziest when it comes to communication. How do they communicate? How do they keep in touch with you? Very important. How often do they respond? You can't put them under pressure. They're not going to look your face and you cannot make progress without them. So when we took our first solicitor, we used more than 1 month to do search. Just search, more than 1 month plus to do search. When they did search, the next thing was to look at our source of fund and run an anti-money laundering test. This is where structuring your accounts will help you. Guys, there are some kind of money that you cannot put in your account and you can buy house directly. Is Ajo to start with. At least if you want to use Ajo, make sure the money has entered into your account 6 or 7 months earlier. Because many a times they will tell you to produce your 3 or 6 months bank slip. So for me, you know the mistake I make then. I was combining salary and business money, right? I put my salary there down, one account. Which one be Ajo? In Africa, in Nigeria, we call it Osusu, whereby 5 people can come together and say every month I want to be contributing 1,000. So the first person will pack the 5,000 that all of us has contributed. I can say I'll be the third person that will pack. So the one that will contribute the next month, another person will pack the 5,000. Me too, I'll pack. Sometimes people use it so that they can have money in lump sum, and they try to use it to buy house as well. But you cannot use it because it's not legally recognized. Why? Because they cannot track. Why is this person sending you money? Why is 5,000 just showing your account, bam, overnight? So remember, that's very important. But let me go back to my story so I don't forget. So we're using both salary and what is the second one? Business money. So I was transparent with the solicitor, which is very important. Transparent. I said, yes, I did business now. I can use it to buy money. So I put part of my business money, put my salary, send it to the lawyer. Now there are 2 kinds of anti-money laundering they check. Some used a software to just check it. If it passes through the software, you are relatively okay. Some will scrutinize one after the other. And please, you know why they do all these things? Why? Because if the government or the audit country that takes care of those kind of things check and they discover that, wow, this kind of fund, how did you approve it? They can lose their license and still fine them, the solicitor company. So that's why they are strict. So how you position and structure your deposits or your money goes a long way also. So for me, the first mistake when I made it, you know what the lawyer did? He did not even discuss with me. He said, Mr. Jide, I'm sorry, unfortunately, we will not be able to continue and represent you in this house purchase. Wetin be reason? He no fit tell me. Just say you could not pass anti-money laundering test. So imagine we don't start from August. Now November, December, how are you doing, sis? You can't tell me, say we no pass anti-money laundering test. That is when I sat down and started discovering, oh, I have money from business, but I cannot use it. Why? Because even though it is self-employed, it is only the fund from the business that I have paid tax upon that is now cleared to be used. Why? Because HMRC has cleared it from a tax perspective. It must show that the money is clean in that sense. There are many other things I can't say online here because we are online. So structuring that helped me to, now when I was looking for the new solicitor that were immediately by December, all this December, when they enjoy Happy New Year, and they teach online, but for me, I still they pray and they look for solicitor. That's when I research about the kind of solicitor you use start coming to play. Number one, it doesn't have to, if it's a big company that one lawyer has about 5 clients or 5 people that they are managing, there's nothing that makes the clients want to sit on your case and be very diligent with you. That's number one. Number two, I did not sit down to check online review about what people are saying about that solicitor because somebody say he use them and he work for them. But the thing when the person no tell me, say when he used it for new builds. I was not buying a new build. I was buying an old built house. So I had that challenge with my finance in the area of passing until I got the new solicitor, number one. Number two, I had to pay tax first before I can bring the business money in. And I had to structure some other things. Everything I did to raise the money, we had to raise and create a new financial money flow within 1 month. So within 1 month, I was able to put £15,000 together. Some of them had to come from family support in form of the person they give. I don't need to talk all these things online. There are just a way around it. Don't let me talk more. But we're able to put 15 grand together within 1 month for the new solicitor. So we have to prepare the new finance to make it something that the solicitor can see and it can pass easily within 1 month. Yes, I don't do my mouth like this, within 1 month. I didn't chat you, my dear sister. He's a scammer. See what I put there. I will never chat anybody on TikTok. He's a scammer. Please block the person. He's a scammer. Thank God you asked. Don't send anybody money. It's not from me. Thank you. My clap for you. I like smart. All right, so we had to restructure that. Then with the new solicitor, this is where your own conversation starts. Now we don't do search for the first time with the first solicitor. From my research, I started discovering that if the search is not more than 6 months, you can still use that search with the new solicitor. So the new solicitor does not need to start from the scratch again. So I was able to save the new solicitor about 2 months. About 2 months. Why? Because we already had one. Now, another thing which I did is before the solicitor asks for anything, everything they needed, I've provided it up front. I don't do my research to know all and what they need. So they have it up front, everything. Now, the second part is once you've passed the anti-money laundering test, that's where the waiting game comes in. Waiting games in what sense? She is going to check the paper. Baba, when I see the paper where they give us on top, say we buy house, now like this it tick. All the documents where they inside, now like this it tick. The solicitor is meant to cross-check every line, everything, to see, number one, is it a joint sales from the other end? Number one. Number two, is both party agreeing to sell, or are they selling because of divorce? Because if one person say he agreed to sell, if the other person from the other end say they no agree to sell, you can be on that process for a long period of time. And this part of what you check before you, when you are doing your house search, who is the person who wants to sell? Why are they selling it? Ask questions. Oh, it's a joint ownership, so they want to do a joint sale. It's because there's a messy one. Maybe I hear messy one, I come out my hand for that kind of house, no matter how fine, how much it meets my criteria. Why? Because from a solicitor point of view, the journey go long. So the conversation that was meant to be between you, the buyer, and the seller is now between you and two sellers, husband and wife. No forget, so both of them no agree. So it's not just going to be talking to one solicitor, it's talking to two solicitors, two conversations, because you won't buy one house. So your solicitor is meant to look at all those things. They say they have this particular what do we call it, solar panel. Can I see the installation? Can I see the certification to certify it? Can I see when was the last test? Can you show me that all the payment, all those things your solicitor will look through. Sometimes they can spend up to 1 month plus looking through the documents. So if there's anything missing, they ask the solicitor of the seller questions. So there's a lot of forth and back that goes on. The mistake many people do in between is they are quiet. You see why I say communication matters. If you don't have a solicitor that keeps you up to date, guy, you can be in the dark for 1 month, 2 months. If you have a solicitor that say, please don't call me, some of them can tell you, we only talk when there's an update. You'll be shocked. You see that they don't communicate with you. You are now locked in with that kind of solicitor for 4 months. Bro, your life go stretch. Your life go stretch. Before I chose this second solicitor, I told the solicitor, this and this and this and this is the source of fund. Is this something you can work with? The reason why many of them cannot work with all kinds of funds is number one, experience. Number two, their indemnity cover. It means that if this thing goes backfire, can my insurance as a solicitor cover me? Some insurance will say we cannot cover you. So don't take this kind of source of fund. If it backfire and there's a fine later, we cannot pay for it. So that's why that solicitor choice goes a long way in influencing the remaining 3 or 4 months through your buying process. So it's important to pay attention to that. So if you have a solicitor, when the solicitor is doing that, now this is how our own work. There's the agent who was representing the vendor. There's the lawyer of the vendor. Many of us will never know the vendor. The vendor is who we call the seller, but there's a way you can know the vendor. You can go online, go to the government website and search who owns this property. Government have the opportunity of giving you ability to buy from their registry documents. From there, I could know the name of the person, but there's no need to communicate with them. Why? Because it's solicitors talking to each other. But you can have information about it. You can have information about if there's any restriction within that property. Restriction means that there are some places whereby there is an area. There are some places whereby you cannot build an extension at the back of your house because the system there, they say for this place, there are covenanted restriction. So these are part of the things that your solicitor will also check for you. Guy, you are not tied to buying the property until you sign and both of you exchange contract. So at that point, any one of you can pull out of the contract. These are part of the work of your solicitor. It does all the nitty-gritty. Now, the mistake is now sitting quiet and not conversing with your solicitor. Me, because I had the solicitor, my own solicitor at this end, I had seller solicitor where I don't know, I had agents in between. Now, the agent for me, if my own solicitor no talk to me, but because the no reply on time, because the agent also know my own solicitor and they are within the same locality, they have this engagement. So sometimes there are information that my lawyer might be slow to give me. The agent can get it faster and tell me, oh, this is where your lawyer is stopping, this is where it's working. Oh, he has sent requests and query the seller's lawyer to get more information about this. So when I hear that kind of information from my lawyer too, I don't wait for the seller's lawyer to respond first. I go to the agent and say, please, can you talk to seller's lawyer? Because we are time pressed so that they can respond quickly. All of them go take their time. Now you need them, so that you dey in between. Prayer still they go on top all these things. So all that process will go on. Another thing where people make mistake while the process is going on, between that period, your lender is also watching you like this. That's the bank we won't borrow your money. They watch like this. Guy, live the most boring financial life. Live the most monotonous financial life during that buying process. As much as possible, if you no use Klarna, as much as possible. As much as possible. Don't even think of buying car finance as much as possible. Why? Because your lender who won't borrow you the money will still check you 3 times. The first time they check you was when you came for decision in principle. The second time they check you is when they agreed on your mortgage offer. The third time they will check you is before they release the money to your lawyer. So in between, some people make some silly mistakes. For instance, in between, if you move from a job that will pay you 20,000 to another job that is paying 80,000, your lender can pull off. What's your lifestyle? But the question is, this new job I've gotten, there's no track record on this new job. So how are we sure that this new job is stable? How are we sure that after probation you will be there? So if you see a new, that's not the to change from one job to another job. And not the mistake I see people do is that period. Like somebody mistakenly, because the first one, they don't do decision in principle, they got it. Second one, the bank don't agree on giving them the mortgage offer, but they've not released the money. In between, after the bank has given their offer, I'm sure they're going to share testimony, do video. But they now made a very critical mistake by going and saying, if we move to this house now, we'll need to buy new furniture, buy new things, blah, blah, blah. So because of that, they went and buy furniture on credit up to the tune of £10,000. Guys, the bank is monitoring everything that is happening in your bank and in your report for that period. They are sitting down, scrutinizing it back to back. Back to back, they are scrutinizing it between that period. Do you know that because of that, the mortgage, the lender, the bank put off from that offer? Why? Because you have increased your risk exposure, your credit exposure by taking up a credit. So what's the advice? Live a very monotonous life where don't go raise question. Let it be the most boring life in your season. Imagine for us that period, our car now spoiled. We had in between using car finance or using my money. You know me, I've always been a victim, advocate of never using car finance. But imagine if it's only salary. You had 15,000 looking at you in your bank account, you cannot touch it because it goes low. It go beep for the other end, say your deposits don't go low. I can't touch it. Our car, the engine knock off. My wife need that because she'll be carer. Imagine if it was only salary I was earning that period. Imagine how stressful and strenuous life would have been. Guys, when I'm talking to you that don't depend on salary alone, I know what I'm saying. There are many things in your life that might most likely fail if it is only salary. From a financial point of view, I'm just saying, empower finance. So make sure you have that boring period of life whereby there's nothing so much changing about you. They could, if they put spit on top of your mouth like this, they go meet them the way they meet them. Just maintain them for that period, not just because of your solicitor, but because of the person who won't borrow you money. Now, another thing which I need to mention during this period is, please, if it is not a newly built house, make sure you carry out a level 2 survey on it. And this is why I will say, carry out a level 2 survey on it. Why? Because there are some things that you will not be able to see, that a surveyor will be able to see, that there's an issue here, there's this here, there's that here, there's that here. They say, so I will go pay surveyor £400 or £500 to come and review a house for how many minutes? But guys, that document is power. Any house that is not newly built, trust me, there would always be one defect or another defect. I'll put it on my channel. I'll put it on it. Everything will be on my channel. There would always be one defect or another defect. Now, when we did our survey, and the surveyor mentioned all the things that are critical, not structural. There's no structure, there's no major structural defect. Critical things. With me, my physical eye, no see him. He mentioned it to me. You know what I did? I listed all those things. I said, make you put a view on it. How much is it? I went back to the agent and tell them that these are all the things that the survey is saying. Will the seller be willing to repair it before we move to the house? Because once you exchange contract, it's binding already. Would they be willing to repair it before we move to the house? Or they will go remove them from the amounts where we go sell, where they don't agree, say they won't sell the house. Don't forget, I told you the man said the first he agreed at 155,000. That's what they agreed. Now, this is when negotiation skills start coming in. Let's assume the cost of the repair that your surveyor told you is £5,000. The people will say, no, we'll be willing to pay you £2,000. You go back and mention again from the survey document, can you see that this and this, seller, you did not tell me before that there's this issue. Now, this and this and this, and you have said this is the cost it will solve. So this is the amount that we can work with. For us, I was able to reduce another extra £5,000 from the seller by just doing a survey of £400. So that survey document will also help you. Why? Because the things that your physical eyes cannot see, you will see it. Now, you've done all those things. Your negotiation has gone. That means the money bank go borrow you, go don't reduce now. Why? Because you have saved extra £5,000 from it. Beautiful. So you can go back, you do all the front back within the lawyer. Once that is confirmed and concluded, then you have what we call the exchange of contract. The lawyer will tell you, are you okay with all documents that I sent to you about the house? You checked it. Who get time to read them? Read all this encyclopedia. And look at where are the critical places. Even if I understand everything, but your lawyer will still be a summary of what the entire document is. Sometimes bank do virtual survey. Before the bank agree to borrow money at the house, they would have sent their own survey to check. But there's something we call desktop survey. So many of them sometimes will not go to the field to survey. They will do the desktop. But what they are surveying is not the real worth of the house. What they are surveying is to know that if you flop at payment, can we pay and be able to recuperate our money? So that's why many times they do desktop, looking at the average sales of house within that place and ask, okay, if this guy fail, can we be able to sell at that property, at that amount? So they do that check even before they even borrow you, agree that they want to borrow you, before they put that mortgage over in front of you finally. So that one is not to tell you what is spoiled inside, what is this inside, what is that inside. That's why your own survey will give you. If you feel there's two kind of survey, there's level 1, there's level 2 and level 3 survey. Level 2 survey will just look at the body and look at the overall. Is there a opening in the window? There's an opening in the window. Because of that, it go the escape. It go increase your energy consumption. All those things. It go look into the roof and look everything. Check the slate. Check different things. That's level 2. But level 3 will be more structural. They will start looking into and see if there's a crack. What's the meaning of this crack? Now, for me, we're able to get a surveyor who is also a construction engineer. So it's like buying 2 for the price of 1. So for us, he was able to do not just level 2. We paid for level 2, but was able to give us some structural advice on it. But Many of them will just look at the bare minimum. That's level two. Level two is not bad for purchase. But if you can get 2 for 1, beautiful for you as well. So after you look at the document and you are okay, you exchange the contract. After the exchange of the contract, remember I told you your bank, they never release the money. Before they release the money, they'll do a final check on you. Has there been any new credits that rose on you that you took on within this period that could be a risk to this new borrowing they want to give you? Have you changed your job, or was there a fluctuation in your job whereby your payment does not show that salary has been dropping regular? I think they have access to your bank. I'm not sure yet, but I think they do. Because how would they know that you don't change job? There's an extra eye they put on you in that period. So when the bank look at all those things and they feel they are okay, and underwriter don't check and approve it, then the bank will release first. Your solicitor will tell you to send in your own deposits to their own account. Please, before you send everything, so that your money no go hang for air, what I usually do is I will send £100 to them first. Please confirm you got it. If they say yes, I got it, then I go send the remaining 14,900. Why? I know 1 year say my money hang in between. Story go on the plenty on top story. Just simple wisdom. So you sent your deposit to your solicitor. Then this bank, the solicitor will not write to the bank so that they can send the remaining 140 or whatever the bank has agreed to borrow you. Then your solicitor will pack everything and send to the solicitor of the seller. Once the solicitor of seller has confirmed that they've gotten it, the next thing is for you to go and collect your key. Now you have been a successful house owner. You can now go on social media and be doing all your me and not get time to do paparazzi and doing all your social media paparazzi. But once you are moving into the house, another mistake which I notice people do is they move into the house. Before you move in, look at the energy use. What was the last meter reading for that energy? Gas, electricity. What was the last meter reading? Check it. Why? Because most likely the first transfer they will do to you, they will transfer you. No, it's not solicitor that will give you key. Most of the sellers, they have agents in between. So the key is already with the agent. So when both solicitors are okay, then the agents will tell you to come to their office to collect the key. Most of the time, that's how it's done. So like I said, check the energy meter rule, because now you are responsible for everything and anything that happens in that house. It's not the one way say you go, they call landlord again. Guys, the house we moved, there are many things that happen. They've just installed new boiler. You see why when I say don't fall in love with aesthetics, fall in love with value. They've installed new boiler. They've just revamped the entire toilet and bathroom to a lovely standard. They have solar fully paid on it. Energy rating A. 4 minutes walk for my children's school. Guys, what God does not do, cannot do, does not exist. Make sure that all those things are done properly. Do your due diligence. When you move, just say tomorrow you won't move out. Just like the new law for rentals now, you can give your landlord 1 month notice and you go move out. This one you move out. House. You'll be staying for another 10, 15, 20 years. Please do the due diligence. So I do all the meta, get all those, because now you have to reach out to council. Most of the time the agent will cancel, but reach out to council that the new owner of the house, so you can transfer the record to your name for council payments. Number one. Number two, you send those information to the energy company. Know how much it was. What when this is another can do show. You get tied to that energy. Go to switch and check for the energy pin with that place, and this one gives you the offer at a cheaper rate. Go for them. For me, here it was Octopus. So that they because nothing. Nobody is withdraw coin. So as far as the engagement is not going on, the next block that's fine. So you tap, do the drop your partner, join me for first time. In those things, all things you see it up. Many some lenders will ask you must put insurance on the property before they can approve. So you look for an insurance company that is willing. There's a lag because people are not tapping, people are not engaging. We have 160 people, nothing happening because please guys, let's drop me. So take no money. With that engagement, drop your at me, click on because if you are not following me, you'll be missing out until you hear that. How do you follow me? The plan out to follow. So at the long into the house, do your shop and look. Another thing where people they put so much pressure on themselves. You have just incurred the biggest debt you will ever incur in your life, mortgage. The next thing they do is they now went and look for another credit opportunity to buy new chair, to buy many things. Guys, all those new chair that you buy does not increase the value of the house. It does not increase the value of the house. New house, new everything. It does not increase the value of the house. If they come later to come and do an evaluation of the house, those new chairs will not make the value of the house increase. So minimize how you expose yourself to more debt. The reason why I'm showing so is you are increasing pressure on yourself. And for many of us, the only means of payment of your mortgage is salary. You are now increasing another level of debt on it. By going there, we have to paint the house here, we have to buy this kind of things. You're on TikTok, you are seeing mattress anyhow. They say you then shop for 14 mattress, Klarna, use Klarna to pay. You do this, you do that. At the long run, within 1 month, you have incurred another £4,000 debt. £4,000 or 5,000 because you want to spread it. You have forgotten that the only means of payment is your salary. And what you just spend it on is a liability for now. It's not an asset. Why? Because it's not producing money for you yet. So you've just increased your liability. So take your time. Nobody is rushing you. Take your time. Do it to your taste. But the beautiful, and this is why I still talk about it. I can afford to do another additional £3,000. Why? Because it's coming from my business. It's not coming from my personal money. And so I'm not going to be under pressure. It's not like I now buy a house, finish. Money don't finish. Nothing for savings. To eat, gone. You know to go and borrow money. And this is where they start yabbing people where you buy house. You buy house, finish, you don't get money for it. I think I've shared my own experience, no financial advice, my own experience on how we literally walked ourselves through into getting our own property. I believe somebody has learned something here. So I think today this one will be a good place to wrap up my last day. But I said there's one more thing I want to say before I give you the gift that I said I want to drop for the last day. Please, if you ask questions, there are some questions I can answer, there are some questions I cannot answer because I'm not an expert in that mortgage space. I've just shared my experience for you and how you can use it and look at what you are doing and start building. This is how we're able to move from 1,550 house rent to a 750 mortgage. So the mortgage we're even collecting is not putting extreme pressure on us. And the house already has appreciated by £15,000 on Zoopla. So that means we don't gain additional £15,000. May I clap for myself? The last thing I want to talk about today as we round up our smart financial move the past 15 days. Somebody said, what's the name of my channel? All right, so let me show you how you can get the channel. I'll be dropping all the remaining videos tonight by the grace of God. How you get the channel? 1 second. Let me try and see. Okay. All right. So if you go to my page, please, I will never send you any message. Are you sure an interest on easy? Are you sure an interest only repayment or full repayment? Number one, that question I'm not sure is clear from. Are you on interest only? Bro, the one we are on is the payment of both. We start with interest payment, so it cannot be interest only. There is a full repayment. But I'm not planning to do the full repayment. Something I want to say. Let's say it now. Alright. I told you that the house ideally is a liability. Why is it a liability? It's a liability because it will keep taking money from you without adding money to you. That's number one. Number two, it's a liability. Why? Because when you look at the interest at the long run, the bank is making money. But that thing, if you use it, you can flip it and use it to your advantage. How do you mean? How do I mean? Remember, I told you that the house is appreciating in value, right? So we bought it for 150. Now it has increased. I'll give it to you. It has increased by 15,000, right? That means the new value is 165. It means our money that we have in the property is now 30,000 plus, right? Beautiful. Now let's assume we keep it for another 2 or 3 years, and we call the bank to come and reevaluate it, that this property, the value has appreciated. You know what gives us the leverage? That gives us the leverage that bank, this property has appreciated to this new value. So can we borrow money? Can we borrow money out from the house based on the appreciation? Please, when you borrow the money, it's not to go and buy cow. No. You yourself can jump on the wealth ladder in the real estate. That money now, you can use it to go and buy a new house and put it out for rent. Put it out for rent. Now, suddenly from your first house, you have owned 2 houses. Marry second wife. God don't help you. Because you see 30,000 when they send to your account, you go marry second wife. You can now use that money to go and buy the second property for rent. Now you have 2 properties now. But the second one, the money to pay for the mortgage is coming from. Number one, you have paid your second house for the rent. A portion is transferred into your first house so that it can reduce your interest. With that, from the second now, if you buy the same criteria work, it can appreciate in value. You can use that second house to go and refinance or remortgage again and pull out equity again and use it to buy the third house. See how the first house was supposed to be base for you. You don't pull from that base to go buy 2 new houses. This is where it now suddenly becomes an asset vehicle for you. I wanted to do something, but I'm very careful about it. Should I buy a new built house or an old built house? Guy, a new built house. This is how I like describing it. It is good aesthetically. You have less work to do, smart investment. When I say I do smart financial move, you must know why I do. All right. So you have a new house. You have less work to do compared to old house, right? But one thing many people don't pay attention to is that new house, the price is already at the highest the first time you are entering into it. So imagine in the location, the highest worth of house is around 145. Because you are buying a new built house, you cannot buy it at the price that old houses are being sold. So most likely you buy it at 150 or 150 because every builder sold you the new house with the aim of making money. So averagely in the place where you are, your house is the most expensive. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to equity building, the ability for the house to appreciate, the developer don't collect time from you as extra payments because you bought a new house. So why the house in the area was averagely 145? Let's assume the house appreciation in that area is 5%. That means when every other house don't increase by £5,000 more to become 150, your own house, you don't buy it for 155. Your house is still the overpriced house in that region. So you end up finding that your appreciation over years is almost close to zero because the developer had already sold to you at a higher price. It's like when they sell rice for Nigeria and you went to buy one bag of rice at 80,000 pounds, 80,000 naira. And after a few days, government just crashed the price of rice to 50,000. You know, say that kind of person will be at loss. So you find out that if the value of houses in that same place also goes down, the person, because he bought a new house at a higher price, is already in negative equity. From the first period, immediately that price go down, is already in negative equity because he bought a new house. So like I say, when you are buying house, buy value. In a new house, you cannot add additional toilets. You cannot do extension. There are many things you cannot do in a new house that could have increased the value of the house. You know, the more value the house can appreciate with, the more the money you can pull out for your future, and the quicker you can pull it out. So imagine a house I've moved in. Because I bought it at a lower price, I was able to bid it down. The house already has appreciated by £15,000. Instead of me buying a new house that will cost me extra £15,000 within the same area. You see why you don't fall in love with appreciation aesthetics? You must buy value because this is a debt you are acquiring. How can I use smart financial decision to make sure the debt is working to my leverage and is not a burden on my neck? So the person that asked, how can I get the YouTube channel? Like I said, I'm not a mortgage advisor or an expert. I'm just sharing from my own experience. Guys, knowledge is power. Knowledge is key. All right, so let me show you how do you get the YouTube channel. Let me turn my screen. If you go to my page, like I mentioned, you see a link here. Click on the link. Open it in a different browser. Once you open it in a different browser, go to this second link, click on it. It will take you to my YouTube channel. Subscribe. You will see all the videos for the past 15 days. You would have access to it here. I think I've uploaded about 10 of it. All right, so how to manage your debt, how to grow your credit, navigating career, how to stretch yourself into self-employment or what I call wealth zones, networking, mentoring, asset against liability, building the next generation, talking about business. Everything is here on that YouTube channel. So it is there for you to go back again and year again. Now, I said I want to say the last thing before the gift. The last thing I want to say is, guys, if you listen to everything what they say, and if you miss this one, you are shortchanging yourself. Guys, life is spiritual. Life is spiritual. Success anywhere in the world must be a God-man partnership. That's why I have issue with people that come to this country and get to this country, they just go flat from a spiritual point of view. Why? Because you don't need to pray to God to buy car again. You can use credit card, finance. You don't need to pray. So your own interaction with God is a transactional relationship. You don't really have an encounter, a genuine relationship with God. Guys, do you know the number of things that prayers has averted? The only one I tell you at the house. Do you know they almost took our son, our last born, social worker, but they could not. Why? Because by the force of prayer and our own work, the system was rather working to our advantage. The system was rather asking, the parents will not have access to public fund. They gave us toy, they gave us everything. The school was the one fighting for us. Normally, you dey hear say na school they fight against parents. Now the school they fight. Now they say no, you cannot touch that child. Guys, prayer works. Prayer works. Prayer works. Prayer works. Is it the one that my wife was almost giving a full 6 points on the license? Why? Because she was driving with provisional license on a highway without normal UK license. And we could not produce some to back it up. It's funny that all we did was to write to Nigeria, and we got one letter from what's the body that give license. She doesn't have, and that is the only reason why they could downscale it from a full 6 points to something lower. Guys, prayer works. VIO, thank you. In this same country where they say that people don't give people money, somebody literally gave us £1,000. He said, I no get job. But when you tell me, say you need this money, I no get money, I don't lose my job. But the Holy Spirit reminded me that there was a money he told the person to save some month ago, saying I may get them. He gave me a full £1,000. I say, how I go pay back? In the verse, I see the anger for his eye because he need the money. But he said, don't come to me. It is just God that said I should do it. And inside the same country, they say that people know they get money. People know they dash people money. We literally moved to our house and we did not buy one property because of divine timing. When somebody was moving from a property, he literally gave us everything that was in their house. We had 2 TVs. We had 4 beds. We had everything we have, even to utensils, everything unpaid for in this same UK. Guys, life is spiritual. When I say I got it into a job and in less than 4 months, I was promoted from a digital marketing executive to a digital marketing manager. Bro, do you know the seed that went ahead from me? Guys, life is spiritual. This is not time to get to the UK and you are now plateauing. Do you know what you have done to yourself? You are in a place where possibilities are without you having to know anybody. However, you are not leveraging on the spiritual part of this place. You think it's ordinary eye and just statistic analysis to paralysis within 3.5 years to move from working in a warehouse to waiting at the top. Guys, I will deceive you if that's all I tell you that it is. Life is spiritual. Have an altar. Do you have a family altar? Is there something that is going up as incense from your family every day? You are going out with good intention. You are a carer. Do you know how many people are planning cases against you that you did not know? You did not know. And you are doing your work well. But you were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Life is spiritual. Do you know how God has shifted people away from position because of the word of prayer for my wife, and door were opening? Life is spiritual. So guys, I can teach you all the financial everything and give you everything that is needed. If I don't tell you this thing, guy, I have lied to you. I have just told you everything that is mentally okay. Mentally okay. But I've not told you the other parts where finance cannot sort. How much did I pay for my solicitor? Our own solicitor was cheap. We paid around 1,400 thereabouts. Yeah. But now my solicitor is fully booked. Oh, thank you. A success. Me too. I want to be happy for you too. But I'm telling you that don't make that mistake of coming to Western world, and that's when you now drop all your spirituality. You were vibrant on fire. You had a prayer altar back in Nigeria. Now, because of how choking the system is, guys, I told you when we first moved in, I'll go to warehouse job by 7 p.m. in the night, come back around 4:30. I go sleep by 5:30. Me and my wife go start up pray so that she can go out. 30 minutes of prayer every day minimum. Every day minimum. So that she can go out. I'll come try sleep a little bit. By 7, I have to be awake again to take the children to school, bathe them, feed them, and take them to school. I could have said he's already choking me. but I'm already losing my guard of what should be my extra edge. Life is spiritual, my people. Life is spiritual. That means you could do everything I have said, and something can still work and stain the white because you don't understand that life is spiritual. That's why I have issue when people get here and suddenly their lights don't do because there's overdraft and credit card. They don't need to pray and beg Baba God for money. So read money before all out with God that before now was about money. Guys, life is spiritual. I'm telling somebody so that somebody can awaken their altar. This is not a country where you can bribe your way. So you have to follow the book, and the book is a long one. But with the force of the blessing and favor upon a man and blocking every spiritual edge. Do you know how many people you are working with that they call them white witch? You think they are all normal? People where they use crystal ball, they are white in color. They are using crystal. They are all normal. But you have come here, it's only hello mate. That's all you they say. Hello mate. Have you done that? Have you submitted that? Hello mate. Guy, life is spiritual. You must stand somewhere. You cannot stand in the middle. You must stand somewhere. You must stand somewhere. You see how they talk? This is the best you can see. If I enter this other side of me, spirituality, you think I'll be wounded lion. Even though things are working for me, but I know life is spiritual. I am aggressive from a spiritual point of view, the same way I'm aggressive from a financial point of view. Because even the higher you go, do you know the battles you face? Guys, do you know that the first time I started this live streaming about 1 year plus ago, back to back, and I'm not lying, I'm not kidding, back to back for the first few weeks, I am having dreams of assassin. I'm in the UK, I'm not in Nigeria, no Boko Haram here. I am having dreams of assassin, not once, not twice, not 3 times. Why? Because I know what I am doing. This ability to liberate 100 people. Do you think the devil will sit down and just look at me and no go want stain my white? Make me come, they sit down, they tell me, say, finances, just pay attention to what is going in as against what is going out, because that's how you build prosperity, and that's all I am saying you. They go, don't roast me. I think it's only Africa that's evil or demonic force. I love you. Life is spiritual. So I'm telling somebody, arise from within. You are facing contention. Every time you try to move forward, there's a contention. Create a family altar. Create a family altar. If God would have to use men as ransom for your sake, He go use them. Life is spiritual. Life is spiritual. All this what they tell you, it can never happen without the force of the favor of God. It will take a longer period with a lot of pain. So we could have bought the house, but we would have lost our child. At least you can't use money to buy your child back. Life is spiritual. So there are things money can buy. There are things money cannot buy. And I pray for everybody now that things money can buy and things money cannot buy, it will always work in your favor in the mighty name of Jesus. This country will favor you. Yes, they say this land consumes its own habitat. For you, it will not consume you, but it will yield its increase for you. In Jesus' name. The doors will open for you. 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 Because you made up your mind that you want to progress and prosper. That God will open the door. As you are working and you are putting all the financial intelligence required to work, God will help you. God will help you. It will help you. It will make your name great in this land. What it took people that came before you 10 years, 18 years to achieve, God by His mercy and His favor upon you will shorten the time for you. Will shorten the time for you. It will. It will. As you have made up your mind to be diligent in all these things that we have said and we have mentioned here, that God in His mercy, the God who commands the heaven and the earth, will shorten it in His time for you. You will look back and say, wow, is it me? Is it me? We literally came to this country with £0. £0. £0. There are 2 people I fear. Number one, the person that knows and have God. And number two, the people that can pray. Forget it, they can get anything. If they are diligent in this other aspect, they can get anything. Life is spiritual. It's very important. I hope somebody that is listening to me will need to sit down and ask himself, what's the family altar? What is the thing that is going as incense before God every day about us? Not because you are not tired. Guys, there are times I sleep around 4 a.m. and I'm being honest with you. I will wake up by 5:30. We'll do 30 minutes. Sometimes I'm feeling drowsy. I'll stand up again, water, wash my face. Say it because I don't know the evil that is in that day. I don't know the evil that is that day. Why men left? So that the wicked one will not pound stones among it. I don't know the evil that is in that day. So I'm not relenting because I know that the man doing this, I'm representing a God. I'm making that God popular. Do you think the devil will be interested in me making him popular? Do you think he will not also be out there to look for one loophole? You see why integrity is big to me. I cannot use the devil's tool, stealing from people, to succeed and expect God to protect me. I cannot. Because I know that he's faithful to keep. He's faithful to help. He's the one that blesses a man. He's the one that can lift from the dunghill and set him among praises. God is a very important part of your success. Don't become so intelligent that spirituality is no longer important. You will soon become suya. It's a matter of time. There are some doors that most likely, when I got my job, and my guy asked me, do you drink? Do you smoke? I said, no. Then how did you get here? He said, oh, sorry, I was just joking. That was just a joke. That was just a joke. Life is spiritual, my people. Life is spiritual. So you have to make sure you are taking it. You are walking as if God is not important. You are taking spirituality important as if work is not important. You are bombarding both of them. Let's see the devil that can stop you. Let's see the devil that can stop you. You are not using the devil's tool. Stealing, lack of integrity, dishonesty, and you expect God to bless or to prosper you. It cannot work. It cannot work. It cannot work. It cannot work. Life is spiritual. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you. Thank you. I hope these past 15 days have been very inspiring for somebody. I hope it has created a shift for somebody. I hope it has reawakened that it is possible for somebody. I hope it has told somebody that yes, it is doable. Yes, I might not be there yet, but it's doable. By my God, I can leap through a wall. I can jump through a troop. As I'm putting the financial part in order and setting it in order, it is doable. So that you too can come here and one day share and inspire people. It is sweet when we have many of us doing it together. It is sweet, but it is doable. And by my God, I pray that for any favor that He has bestowed upon me, if I be indeed found grace with Him, that everybody who believes this thing that is coming out of my mouth, I ask my God, out of that which you have placed upon me, that Lord, you will make it work for them as well. In Jesus' name, it will work for you. It will work for you. You will not look back and regret that what kind of decision did I make. Every point in time when you need to make decision, it will guide you. It will help you to make the right one. It will make you the right one. Life will fall for you in pleasant places. It will work for you. This land will work for you. It will work for you. It will work for you. It must work for you. You did not come by your own. God sent you here and it must yield for you. It's more for you. It must work for you. It must. In Jesus' name, it will work for you. It will. Thank you. Now don't turn me to pastor. I'm going to be sharing the link. I spoke about one podcast I want to give. It's called Millionaire Castle. But while I'm sharing it, if anybody wants to come up and give a feedback or give any, I like hearing feedback. I've been the one talking for 15 days. So now I want to hear from you guys. So please use the button below there. Say question. Let me just get a feedback from you guys. I like getting feedback. It also shows me that yeah, it's been a good one. I know it's been a good one, but sometimes it's good to hear so that I'm not going to miss the one for next quarter. I go still do next quarter. I like to get feedback, and you still have questions you can ask. Today is the last day. After today, I'm taking a full break from streaming. I might be off for about 1 or 2 weeks, recalibrate myself again. Then I only stream on Saturdays, 6 p.m. every Saturday. That's when I stream. This Saturday I might and I might not, because if I stream this Saturday, it means I'm doing 16 days. Tomorrow is Saturday, so I might or I might not. I'm not sure yet, but that's it. If please, I'm expecting your feedback. You can come up now, guys. If you not come up, tell me anything. I don't want to make her feel happy. I'm waiting, guys. I want to get the link so I can show you the link to the podcast I said. It's a free gift for guys. Please repeat how to get access to the other videos. Okay. Let me quickly join kitchen. Let me quickly do this, please. Joy Kitchen, please just let me quickly respond to the request first. All right, so now I need to readjust my screen. Mepsi, please, if you come up, just mute, guys. When you come up, just mute. Awesome. All right, so I can show the person who is asking the question. How can you access the videos you ask? Let me turn my camera. All right, so you go to my page, like I mentioned again. Please don't go to the fake one. No. See, this is how you know the original one. It's only me that will have this at jide.neye. Nobody else can have at jide.neye. Even if they have the finance guy, they have my video. Please be careful. There are a lot of very fake Jide, about 4 of them, so that you don't fall for it. I'll never come to your DM and mention anything about that. So you go to this, open it in a new browser, that link. Once you open that link, this second button here that you can see here, subscribe to Smart Financial Education on YouTube. That's where I am putting all the videos. All right, so that you can access the video like you asked. All right, so I believe I've been able to answer the question. Okay, so let's take the feedback. Guys, there are a lot of fake Jide accounts. It's not from me. Please don't respond to it. Also, for those who want to take the investment training course, like I said, today will be the last day for you to get it at that discounted price. How do you invest into an ETF? So that you can make your money work for you. And the link, again, let me put the link while I'm taking the conversation from, if you like, suspend visibility. TikTok and all is wild. I'm tired of them, guys. All right, so this is the link for those who want to get the financial moves. Investment accelerator, smart investment accelerator. After tonight is going back to 159. Please pay attention. Okay, so let's start with Joy Kitchen. Joy Kitchen, are you here? Let's do a quick one while I'm looking for the podcast. How are you doing, sis?
Oh, I'm fine. Hello, God bless you, sir.
Amen.
Good
Amen.
evening, sir.
Good evening. Well done.
In fact, you are wonderful. I just first I saw you in Mr. Zion live stream.
That's true.
And I said, wow, this is what I'm hearing from you is some of the things that I love to see, what I've been hunting for. And I immediately searched for your channel and I followed. So
Awesome.
if I'm not mistaken, I could say this one is a 3-9 that I am joining your open school now. So it has really been awesome. So
Wow.
and having God also, knowing God, that one that makes me to like more having more confidence in you.
Thanks for that. Thank you for that.
so so in fact, I don't even really know how to appreciate you. You are really doing a great job. You are really helping. In fact, there are some of the things that we are really struggling of. It's like you don't even know how to go about it. So that is what you are really giving to us for free. So without wasting time, which I know the time is fast spent. What my question goes like this. I'm a caterer.
Okay.
I've used it to work like self-employed, but I don't really have. Let me say I do the catering at home.
Okay.
But all this while I'm like struggling. How will I like expand it? But I for me to really put the ideas together, but I've not really been able to do use it like that. I do all kinds of caterings. I cook for people that want to do wedding. I bake for them, and I supply snacks to church, any event, and some of my snacks. Anywhere they ate it, they will know that this is the person that make it, and I do get customers. And
Okay.
but at the end of I started like using like a carrot to go and buy it in the supermarket. It gets to a time that it's not really sufficient. I have to even like go to supermarket because I live in Spain. I will go to supermarket, they will buy and they will have to use vehicle to bring it home
Okay.
for me. But
Okay.
the challenge is after removing the capitals and all, but the left banners of it is like working outside is better. There is no a better income that is not coming out from me. So I've done it for like almost 8 years. But those 8 years that I have done it, I cannot really boast of any service at all, and it's not even
Let,
sufficient
let
to
me let
even
me
really help
let
my
me make it
husband.
let me make it easy. Many a times, and we business people make this mistake sometimes. When we enter into business, we are only focused on one stream. And by one stream, I mean we are looking at just one side of the business. For instance, if you bring three blind people to an elephant and you put one close to the front to touch that big tusk that is in front, you put one close to the back to touch the tail, you put one by the side to touch, they are blind. Do you know the way the three of them will describe it is going to be different, though it is still the same elephant? So many a times in business, I notice that most of us also do business.
Yes.
How do I mean? Now, the only way where you are making money from your baking business or your catering business is only when you go out to serve people, which for me, to be honest, is the most hardest of the work, which comes with a major cost before you can talk about profits. And you've been doing that for 8 years, which shows that you did not just start yesterday. But you have also seen that for a beginner, it might be difficult to use that one only as a stream of income. Do you know in that same business you just described, beyond just service, there's the other part of training? Do you know how much you can make from training people in this kind of business? Beyond training people, there's the other third part. Many of us, I don't know, it might be the age factor sometimes. Many of us don't know the potential of what our business can become by using the social media. Guys, look at me talking to you. Do you know everything we have been doing is on social media since? So we are not leveraging on social media. We are leveraging on the fact that until I go out, hustle and do it the normal way. So the opportunity to train people, we have removed it from it. The third one, using social media to push our business to reach more people, we have removed it from it. The fourth one, do you know that every of the companies you are using, for instance, I like using this. Look at Uber, for instance. Uber does not sell, they don't have kitchen, they don't cook food. All they did was just become a middleman. Do you know the brand opportunity? You have been using a particular kind of company for the past 8 years. You have been using their products. But because they can't see if we can do, what's the opportunity for us to do more business with you? They've checked online. You don't have any social capital. So you can't even leverage on being an ambassador for them. So can you see that from one business, I've raised about 3 or different additional way that you can add to that business as a stream of income. So when this particular one, servicing, is not working as expected, there's the training aspect from that same business. There's the creation of content online from that same business, which can earn you from social media as well. There's the fourth opportunity of either affiliating. From the students you teach, they will want to buy material, they want to buy things. Do you have a place whereby if I can give you my own link, I'll get 10% commission? Or can I sign a deal with one of the brands I'm using so that whenever I refer people to you, I'll get 10% commission? That's number 2. Then the teaching part, they are in 2 folds. The teaching parts are in 2 folds, and we have to think allow the wisdom of God to work with us in this place. The teaching part, they are in 2 folds. The first teaching part is teaching people that want to learn about business. Do you know the other teaching part, which many of us don't pay attention to, is I don't want to look for a big baker to do a small cake for my family during this summer. Can I get somebody can create an ebook or a video training showing me how to do a quick summer cake, a quick brownie cake, a quick red velvet cake in my house? If 1,000 people pay for that thing at £10 each, that is another additional 10,000 that has come to your hand. So all you have is you have the knowledge and experience, but the means of which converting it to money is limited.
Very limited, sir.
So that's the point. You have to look at all these things I've said and look at what are the extra stream that is attached to this one thing that I'm doing and leverage it. So you have to take it one after the other. Which one is the closest one? Can I train people? Oh, maybe I have to start creating my social media. Join me as I go to market to buy things to cook for a family of 10. If you do private chef. I know you are in Spain. The meaning of private chef in Spain and Lagos and Nigeria are 2 different things. No worry. You understand? So you have to start looking at it in that angle. Do I have to take a certification from a coronary school, coronary institution, so that the kind of people I am serving, many a times, is not a problem with what you are cooking. It's a problem of the kind of client you are attracting. The same thing I'm teaching. Do you know that somebody else is also teaching the same thing and is collecting £5,000? So you have to ask yourself, what will make me that version of the person, that somebody that is willing to pay more so I can have more profit margin in my service? What will make me that version of the person? And you start grooming yourself also in that area. You see, now I've said many things that I hope you are writing, so that when you look at all those things, you ask yourself, okay, where can I start from? I've already seen that it's only one stream I'm depending on. So that's why the stream is not carrying me. How can I increase the water so that the stream can increase? 2, training people. 3, creating products whereby I can teach you 10 recipe, how to cook 10 recipe to make blah 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 at home. Many mothers who want to buy because they have children who want to eat and they don't want to break the bank by looking for one baker to bake it at all costs. So I say, but you are taking business away. No, it's not possible. They are still busy people. There are bigger things that they will not be able to do by themselves. But what you are doing is you are putting your face as the brand. You are becoming the go-to person when it comes to things like that. So you can see different opportunity within that same thing that you are doing. But many of us are only using one out of the several things that is entailed. I hope I've been able to help share some light in it.
Well, yes, sir, but I'm still a little bit low, but you have tried. I really understand what you are explaining, and in addition to what or to back it up with what you have explained, I also have a YouTube channel where I teach of all majorities of the thing, and there are some of my videos.
How many contents do you produce per week?
Okay, for now, I could say for now, I now change what I am doing. So, but before I upload at least not less than 2, because with children and all, it's not really easy.
Yeah.
And my kids, they are still small.
Yeah.
But let me say for almost for a while now, I am not what I does is different. So because like my YouTube channel, I have about going to 500,000 view, but it really take patience before that one start generating money, and at least having children.
Let me answer your question. I really want you to open your mind so that you don't allow the experience of the limitation to not see what I'm saying. Now you have spoken about YouTube, which I must clap for you. If you have maximized it, I am not sure, but you have started. Guys, let me give you some small stats. When I started this stream, I was at 12,100 followers. If I check now, that means 500 people have joined me by just joining this stream. Not because I've created additional content. Only 500 people have followed me by just joining this stream for the past 10-15 days. That shows you the power of consistency. So it's not a problem of do you have value? You have value. The question is, how am I using it? Okay, she said YouTube. You have seen that for YouTube, the growth is going to take a long while. Do you know TikTok is a lot easier to grow? A lot easier to grow. Do you have a presence on TikTok?
I also have I also have account on TikTok. I do upload there too.
Should I check your page now? Should I check it now?
Yes.
Right, so
with this same name you are seeing there.
All right, so let me check it now, so that we can do a quick check.
Okay, sir.
Right. Sorry, guys. Let's just bear with me, please. All right, so let me click on your face. I'll come you with another account that you don't know. All right, so I just checked you now. You have 1,300 followers.
No, correct.
Beautiful. So at least you know I'm on your page. I'm looking at your content. You have started, but should I tell you something that is shocking?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at your bio. There's no way I can reach you. There's no way I can reach you. I'm looking at your bio now. There's nothing dropping any number. There's no way I can reach you on this thing.
Wow.
Number 2, I don't know how you create your content, but many a times we people create content that we want people to see. Instead of asking ourselves, what are people looking for? So I can create the content based on what people are looking for. And do you know you can know all these things on TikTok? The reason why I'm saying TikTok is very simple. You don't need all those complicated things that YouTube will give to you. TikTok is very simple. Do you have this same content? If I go to your Instagram page, will I see all this content as well? That's another question. If I go to your Facebook page, will I see all this content as well? So I'm saying start building that social presence. Start creating that presence. Let it grow. It will take a while, like I mentioned. But for instance, look at me now. I just give you a quick start that just streaming for the past 14-15 days, I have grown my follower by additional 500 people. Not extra. Not extra. And by teaching people and showing them what I've become, many people have become my investment students. So I'm not waiting for only when I go outside to my digital marketing agency before I can. I'm looking at all the streams that is within my business. Do you know it's sacrificial for me to do what I'm doing? You guys, do you know I've been talking for the past 4 hours? 4 hours. 4 hours. It's not easy. 4 hours. I've been talking today alone 4 hours. But when you see the reward at the back end, I am happy. That is worth it. So I'm saying that you have to put in the work. You have started. Like I said, I'll clap for you again. You have started. You have just done a bare minimum review of your page. And I'm saying that even if I want to do business with you, there's no way to reach you. So your content is just content, but it's not a marketing. There's no marketing side to your content. So hence, instead of me doing business with you, I'll go to another person that I can see content and I can see information about them. We can have a section whereby I can sit down, analyze, and help you create a marketing flow for that. Digital marketing.
I'm
I've been
interested,
doing for
sir.
15 years. I've been doing that for 15 years before resigning. So we can sit down and structure it. How can you create content that people are looking for as against just creating content by yourself? So we can look at all those things. You already have what it takes. It's just structuring it, then creating a rota. There's something we call batch content creation. You don't need to be waiting because you know the kind of family you have, there's demand. So you don't need to be waiting to every time create content. I can create content for 3 weeks in one day. In one day.
But sir, I think when it comes to food, is like more demanding.
I know, I agree, which makes it a little bit critical. That's why you look at, okay, if this is the particular dish I want to work with, what different angles of content can it come from? What different angles? Can you create a recipe for Africans that want to eat, but they don't want to grow fat? They don't want to have pot belly. Many of us are growing old, we are growing pot belly, but we still want to eat our African recipe. Can you create a food recipe guide and put the link on your bio and do about 4 videos talking about it from different angles? Even if that one is just only bringing 50 euros per month, it is still something.
Yeah.
So you are not banking on one stream, you are spreading to the several opportunities around you. Imagine I see a link, I want to learn how to do this thing. There's no link showing me where I can learn. That's several opportunity. One of your video have 8,000 views, another one 2,000, another one 1,700, 500, which means that already you have a level of traction, but you are not maximizing the money opportunity within what you are doing. And this is just one channel, only TikTok, one channel. For you to have this 1,300 followers on YouTube, you know the level of work you would do.
A lot.
So there's Instagram, there is Facebook, there is TikTok. The content you put on Instagram, on TikTok, you can put the same on Facebook, and you can put it on, what do we call it?
I have Facebook and I have Instagram, but to run them is like the strength was like was not really sufficient to do.
My sister.
Yes, sir.
My sister, we would have to talk behind the scene. So just reach out to me. Let's book a section together and work something out.
Please, how can I reach out to you, sir?
Send me a DM. Send me a DM. Send me a message on TikTok. That's what I mean.
But you say you don't read the message on TikTok.
No, for your own, I will read it. I read, but it takes time. But your own, I will read it.
But how will you know that I'm the one that sent you, sir?
You do not Joy Kitchen. Send me
Yes,
with
sir.
Joy Kitchen now. That's what I mean.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
I appreciate, sir. God
You're
bless you,
welcome.
sir.
Amen. Thank you
sir.
so much, my dear sister.
You are really
All right.
listening, sir.
Bye-bye. Amen. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. All right. Mepsi. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. Anyways, I just want to say thank you so much for the sections, and I think I joined in day 11.
Wow. How was it?
And it has really been there is a lot of shift in my mindset. In my mindset, there is a lot of shift. Though initially how I get to follow you, it was one of my brother that recommended your page.
Wow.
I told him, I said I was looking for that I just want to invest. I'm tired of like putting my money in the bank and all that, and at the end of the year I just say they'll say savings account 3.something%, and I keep putting my money. I was like, this is not getting me anywhere. So I was like, I need to invest. I love to do business, but I just take a pause for a while for this period. So I was like, I just want to invest. He said, and he told me, he said, I know the right person for you. And he said, Jide Neye. I said, oh, I've come across your page one time. He said, I said, have you followed the guy? I said, no. He said, go and follow the guy. And immediately that day, I just went to your page. I just checked 1 or 2, 3 posts. I said, okay, I think my brother is on point. I just followed you that day, and I was just working on TikTok, come back from work. I just saw your life. I enjoyed that. it has been mind-blowing and so many things. I've shifted. I downloaded the Snoop, and I just see the story of my life in a glance. I was just like, irọ́ ni o. So, I was like seeing where my money is going, like, I'm shocked. I'm really, really shocked where my money is going. It's just an eye opener for me. And going forward, I've learned a lot during these few days, and I'm going to maximize what I've learned so far. I promise myself, I can only promise myself that. So, and concerning the investment training, I think I'm on 35%, which I'm willing to finish the training this weekend by His grace, so that I can start investing. So thank
Very
you
easy
so
to
much.
follow, right? Very easy to follow and understand.
Oh, very, very easy. Very, very easy. For those that have not joined in the class, you are missing a lot. See, at some point I was like, what else do you have to say more than all what you've been saying? And I see, when I get into the classroom, and I see that it's deeper than what you were saying. No. So it was a very, very, very good training for me. I'm really enjoying it. If not that I have to go to work, I go to work from morning till evening. In fact, most time I join your live from my car. Before I get home, I'll just quickly click on it. I'll be listening till I get home. So I really enjoyed this weekend. By God's grace, I will definitely finish the training. So thank you so much. It's a time well spent, like a time well spent. And I just want to thank you. Thank you once again. And thank you for the prayers. And I think your word of encouragement this evening, open my eyes again to see some other side of life, that life is spiritual, and which I confirm that is true. And we in diaspora, we need to do more. Most times we get to abroad. Yes, we just get to abroad and we forget our source. Most people don't even have time to go to church anymore. Some people don't even pray anymore. We don't study anymore. And the everything about life is hidden in that word. And I agree with you. Life is spiritual. Thank you so much. And see you next month, right? Okay, no. See you in classroom. Thank you so much. If I have any question, I will definitely
Oh,
private
definitely.
message you.
You're already in the same community with me, so a lot easier.
Yes,
But
that's why
really,
I said
I
see you
am,
there.
I am proud of you.
Thank you so much.
I can only imagine what the becoming will finally
Yeah,
look like. But something
yeah.
you will enjoy it. You will be happy with the decision you made to make life different. The beautiful thing, when you do it, is beyond you. It will trickle down to your children. It will trickle down to the experience that you continue having. And that's why for me,
Yeah.
when I teach like this, I look beyond one person. For every one person is a family. For every family is a generation.
Yes,
Setting
so
them in order and impacting them, bro. That's a big one. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it.
thank you so much.
I'll be
All
looking
right,
forward for you in the community. Thank
no
you.
problem. See you at the other side. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay, so guys, before I take efficient, I spoke about a podcast called the Millionaire Capsule. This is the link. Just go to jideneye.com/cap mcap jideneye.com/mcap. Please save it. When you go there, this is it. What I have done is I have also created a link on Spotify. If you want to listen to it on Spotify, maybe you are going to work, you want to listen to it back to back, you have it. But if you want to download it to your phone, this is it here. It's all free. So when you click that link, it's going to open this page to you, Millionaire Capsule, so that you can access it. All right, it's all free. It's just my gift for those who waited till the end. There's a saying in our religion that he who waits to the end is the one that will be saved. All right, so thank you. Efficiency, over to you, my dear brother or sister. Efficient. Good evening. Efficient, are you there? It's quite late. This night in our evening class.
Hello.
Good evening, Efficient. How are you doing?
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sister.
DJ, thank you so much. Thank you
You're
so much.
welcome. You're welcome.
You've been an inspiration throughout this 15 days journey.
Wow.
I
Wow.
think I came across your live stream by God's grace, I can say. Yeah,
Are
because
you
I
a
was
Zimbabwean?
no, I'm Gambian.
Oh, Gambian, my Gambian sister. Wow.
Yeah, so I came across it by coincidence, so I started following, and then few things you mentioned captured my attention. The year you came into the UK, I think more or less we arrived the same year. You understand? So I said to myself, if you can come this far and make it and inspire people like me, then I can also do it. I'm a student. I did my undergraduate and now doing my master's. I've been struggling to transition to see like the possibilities of how to get like a COS or how to get my status and settle down, but I couldn't. But you made mention of one thing, that is belonging in a community when you arrive in the UK. Sometimes the community you learn into is what direct like your direction.
Yeah.
So if you are not lucky, or if you don't stretch yourself to reach out other community aside from your community that you learn in, this is what mislead us most at times, and before you realize it's too late.
Yeah.
And I think that is the situation that I found myself. Surrounding yourself with people who are not projecting the future, if you don't stretch yourself, is really hard. So when I finish my undergraduate, each time I go to this Asian shop to buy something, I ask myself, the person I'm buying from is not from Africa. It's not from Nigeria, it's not from Gambia, nowhere in Africa, but they are selling things to us that our own traditional food, they are selling that to us. Whatever the cost is, we have to bear it. So I started thinking, how can I come up with something similar to this? So when I came across your live stream, already I was in the plan. At the university, we have we have a venture program that supports students who are interested in entrepreneurship. So I was inspired by few students who did that. So I said, I've been procrastinating about this idea of selling African food product. But when I approach some of my, let me say, my community, they inject some negative thought in me. Oh, you cannot do it. It's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult. You see. But when I came across your video, I know that we have to break the barriers in order to get there. So I immediately, even though I don't know how to make a business plan, I use Google to come up with a business plan and then did a 60-second pitch and then submitted. Although I was not lucky to be shortlisted as part of those that are going to pitch their business ideas and be supported forward, but I was proud of myself that I have taken a step to change the trajectory I'm going. So I'm not going to set back. I'm not going to stop, because already I've done my graduate, I've exhausted my graduate visa, and the only option now I have is either I have a business that I can transition into, like, or I have a COS. Otherwise, it's gonna be a different story for me. So I'm pushing this to see how far I will go with it. So when I came across your video, I said, maybe this is just by the grace of God that I came across you, and then you might be at least someone who can guide me through this to make sure I establish it. Although we have restrictions, like if you are an international student, there are visas that you cannot undertake certain activities.
That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, that is what is stopping me at the moment now. That's why I cannot start the business.
So what I wanted to say is, number one, let me clap for you. Well done. Well done. No matter the challenge, the fact that you are not giving in and you are not sitting on and waiting for things to work, trust me, there will be a way. That's number one. Number two, I think the first major thing is your settlement. Do you understand? So for me, the question is, what is the strategy that you want to use for your settlement? Are you looking for COS? That's number one. If you are doing it, how far have you gone? What are you doing? How many more weeks? I don't want to use the word weeks. How many more months do you have, before your PSW finally expires? So those are the things you need to sit down and look at it and ask yourself, okay, what's the game plan before we start a business? What's the game plan to settle yourself so that you can be a legal stay in this country? So that for me is the first thing.
Yeah.
So the question is, what is that game plan? I'm not sure it's something that we can totally say here on social media. But at the same time, you need to sit down and look at that. If you need to file in for an extension to buy some time while you are looking for your COS, all right, so should we do that? So this is where immigration consultants will come in to help you. You understand? So that you look at, okay, you still have like how many months before your PSW expires? Okay, so is there anywhere it is promising for you to get COS, at least to keep yourself in this country to start with? Except you're part of people that believe, okay, I can go back to Gambia and start all over again and do something, which there's nothing wrong with it. There are some people that will never come to the UK, and I'm being honest, and they will do well. They will do well wherever they are. So you need to sit down and ask yourself, what is the pathway for you? If you want to stay here, how many more months do you have? Number one. Number two, what's the plan to get yourself into to be settled from a visa point of view? Do you get it? So that's one thing you need to. So then after doing that, then we can start looking at the model around how can you run what you want to run. Can you run it by partnership? Because your own is restricted. Do you have any person close to you that you can run partnership? But me, I'm very careful because I have to choose partnership carefully and make sure that I have the right person on my side. So because sometimes people say it's because of my visa type, that's why I can't do this. I'm saying, do you have I don't know, for instance, did you come with a partner? That kind of a person is a dependent. That could be the face of the thing while you are the one working with the person. You are still entitled to work 20 hours. You understand? So that's if you earn from it. There's a way you can create that I'm not earning. Everything goes to the partner, but from the family, we know that collectively belongs to the family. So there are ways around it. But first settling down your status and making sure from an immigration point of view, you still have a reason to stay in this country if this is where you want to do everything you want to do. But like I say, it's not restricted to this. You can practically live this same thing we are saying anywhere in the world. The only reason why I'm in UK is because God wants me to be in UK now. If tomorrow he says it's Dubai, I am gone and I will replicate the same result that I'm replicating here.
Yeah.
Places don't make people. It is people that make things out of places. So sometimes people count it as loss. If I have to go back from UK to somewhere, it's not really a loss until you call it a loss, because the same thing can apply, but a new you is coming in now. So I'm saying it from both angles so that you can see where you are and know, okay, if this is the reality of where I stay, this is what is on ground. Can I use FLR, to buy more time while I'm looking for a COS? If somebody is saying is willing to give me COS, it does not necessarily have to be the COS of my dream. It might be a COS to start with, anywhere to start with, at least to keep yourself in this country. If you know that you have to stay in this country is where you believe you are to be. And for me, the last one, prayer. I don't know how to overemphasize it. Guys, if I tell you the COS we got, the information we got, how I got the information for the COS, it was on a WhatsApp group. Should I shock you? The person that introduced us to the place also needs a COS. They did not give the person they gave us.
Wow.
I believe in prayer. I don't know what any other person. We did not need to pay anything for it. They gave us from a WhatsApp group. And so for me, it's about first knowing where and what you want to stay. How can we settle down your stay? And they'll keep telling you it's not possible to get US. It's true. Or is it true for everybody? That's the question. So can I choose to be part of the people whom that would not be true for? It's my choice. Yes, and the hard work I put into the structure, the strategy I put into it. So those are the things I'll tell you to first do. Then after that, then we can start looking at business. Depending on what are the other ways in which it can come in or you can come into it. Do you get it? So it's your stay that is the first important thing. So I don't know. You need to sit down, like I told the mention thing is number one. How many more months do you have on your PSW? Do you need to talk to a solicitor so that you can use FLR to buy more time while you are trying to look for a place to get CUS?
Okay.
Do you understand? So that except you want to be the gang, the people that want to do PhD, so that you can use that one to extend your stay in this country.
Money,
you want to say you want to add PhD. So I'm just even telling that there are different routes into this. So you have to look at which route you want to go through. Solidify your settlement or your stay in this country first. Then we can start looking at the other one. Which angle can you come in from? I hope I've made some sense.
Yes, indeed. You have.
You're welcome. But I believe God for favor. I do. He's the one that can keep something for one person and take another person away and say, it is you I want to give. I know. These are things I don't joke with, so I believe God. But you to just make up your mind what you want to do. If you need to keep in touch, please send me a message. We can talk off the app.
I will. I'll send you a message. We can chat. Yeah. I think I did ask the last time how can I reach out to you? So you did show me how to book for a chat.
Please do.
Yeah.
Just send me a message now. Don't go to that place to book for it. Send me a message. I'll give you my number personally. I think I have some personal interest in this, that God can work something else. Let's see how we can do it.
Okay.
I'm not promising, but I'm willing to work.
And thank you for the business plan.
You're welcome, my dear sister. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Goodbye. How do they say thank you in Gambian language?
Pardon?
How do they say thank you in Gambian language?
Abaraka.
Abaraka, my sister. You're welcome. Yeah, thank you, dear. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So, last but not the least, Miss Franklin. Good evening. How are you doing?
Good evening, sir. So today is my first time.
The way you yawn, I say finally. Good evening. Welcome. This is your first time.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy to be on your board. I'm so happy to have met you on the final day. Although it's the final day, yeah, but the nuggets you shared, I was able to add something. So I'm the person that came with the palm oil, Enugu local palm oil.
Oh, really? Wow, you now changed. That's awesome. I like you. That's strategic.
Yeah, so I came in for the first time with this. And I was in a group with another Jide, Nenye, and that person was just talking about business. And oftentimes I know what their strategy is. They'll be the first to introduce themselves when they're impersonating someone. So when you were live show, I'm like, am I following two different Jide Nenye? And I'm going. And then looked at your page, I'm like, let me go and check my chat with the person. If this person is the real person, he should also be on live at this point. So I now checked the name. The name is different from your name. I'm like, oh, okay, I was at the wrong account. Okay. Oh. And I shared the account to the Enugu Best local palm oil. And then I said, oh, this is a business class. Let me go with that one and come. And yeah, so everything you said is true. I mean, our circle determines a long way where we can go. And they say attitude determines your altitude. So even before coming to the UK, at least I knew about LISA. So from my first year in the UK, it was like a priority that
Mm.
even if people are doing
Even if you
LISA is more important to me than Ajo. Because Ajo is more like saving in one bank account. If you don't have that, what is it called, discipline to save, that's when you're prompted to like, let's do Ajo anyways. But if you can save out £1,000 every month and lock it in one account, it's also like doing the Ajo because it's just like going around the circle. So I'm so happy with this class we have today. I'm adding one more thing to what we're already doing, and we're open for expansion. So thank you so much. It's a pleasure. And I'm saving to come and buy your course.
That's what I wanted to say to you, that you're already on the right track. Don't limit your growth. You understand?
Yeah.
Get jump on it, get the knowledge, but use it. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
But awesome. Nice to have you. I don't mind if I can test your palm oil. I
Yes,
don't
now
mind.
I said I can send it to you. Just send me postcode. It's affiliate now.
Oh,
You'll be my affiliate. You test the oil and you say, okay, this is how good it is, or this is how bad it
would
is.
would I be your affiliate, or I'll be your customer?
You'll be my customer. Okay. Whichever one it is, it's a pleasure to have you test the oil. So thank you.
No, I have my dear sister. I would like to test the oil. So let's just send me a message, then we
I
can talk
will.
about it behind.
All right, sir. So thank you very much. God bless you.
You're welcome. Nice to have you there.
Yeah, same here. I think the pleasure is
Bye.
all mine. I'll just leave the group I was with the person, Jerry, and report the
Go and
account.
leave that.
They need to block all those accounts.
Don't just block the account. I've reported to TikTok again and again. TikTok does not do anything about it.
But that's
So just
unfair
block.
because there are people that could be
Just
falling
block
prey, you know.
No, that's why I try to announce and mention it again and again for people to be careful. So just block the account, yeah. All right, my dear sister. Thank you so very
Nice,
much.
sir.
Nice
God
to
bless
have
you
you.
for talking for how many hours? You'll be here
That's
for
4
hours
hours.
now. That's a long time.
4
God's
hours.
grace is abundant in your life. More success,
Amen.
sir. More success. I'm happy for
Amen.
you. It's progress all
Thank
the
you.
way. Within 3 years, I'm motivated. You're awesome. God
Yes,
bless you.
that's the spirit. That's the spirit. All right, guys, it's been an awesome night. This is 4 hours, 30 minutes, making sense and transforming lives. Wow, every good thing that has a beginning, the same must also have an end. So for the past 15 days, I have been streaming, showing up every day, talking about different topics. I want to believe that it's been an awesome 15 days for you. You've learned something has shifted. You are making a smarter decision. You are moving forward. We are not meeting you where we met you before you joined the live stream. For me, this is what it should be. It should be a continuum. It's not going to be one off. Nothing becomes better by just one off. You keep adding upon it, line upon line. The Bible says precept upon precept. So the thing that can sublime quickly is the things that that you don't put to work. You'll be shocked how that thing will evaporate from your head suddenly. So put it to work, get it to work. I am waiting for your feedback. Oh, I've not finished. When I finish streaming, that's when I can see it. Joy. All right, so I'll show it and get back to you. So guys, put it to work. Go to the YouTube channel. Make sure you have access to it again and again. There's a saying that repetition is the law of deep and lasting impression. You want something to stick. Don't hear it just once. The first time you are hearing it is just information. The second one you are hearing is called ability for your mind to analyze. The third one, you are seeing some new application. Guys, even me that I'm teaching it, will shock you that I'll still go and listen to myself. Why? Because there are some things I'm saying for the first time under inspiration. I am saying it for the first time. So I don't want to be the person that is teaching people, but my life is not applicable to me because I feel I'm the teacher. I tell people there's two kinds of people in you. There is the student in you, there's the teacher in you. The student in you is your secret for growth. So don't let the teacher and you be the only one talking more often. Let the student in you show up. So you should come up with, okay, what are my goal plans? What are the things I need to work on? Look at my finance. Where am I right now? How can I get it better? So all these things, you have to apply it. Application matters more than information is as useless as how much you apply it. There's misinformation. There's also the non-application of information. So please and please, guys, everything you have learned here, it's an answer to one of your few prayers, but make it count by putting it to work. So like I said, the first important thing is go to the YouTube channel to make sure that all the videos there, you are watching it and you have access to it. How can I have access to it? Somebody will say, like I said, go to my bio. If you go to my bio, click on the link on my bio. I like opening it in a new browser. Once you open it, the link on my bio, it's going to take you to my web page where you would have information on what you can get. The first thing here is the Smart Investment Accelerator course. After tonight, the price is moving back to the 159. So anybody that jumps on it before midnight can still get it at 139. How can you invest? For instance, me, last year, my investment generated nothing less than 45% returns. Everything I shared here, the 5 ETFs that I give to my students, everything is inside there. You get it. The second link is where you get the YouTube video that I mentioned. So you have access to all the video content of what we have been teaching so far. The third one is if you have a one-on-one section with me, it starts a link for it. Then the fourth one is the budget template. The budget that I shared with you that you can use to start creating your budgeting plan. You get access to the template here. There is no other place where you can have access to it, anything outside what I have shown you. Then I told you there's a gift I wanted to give you, the Millionaires Capsule. It's a podcast that really transformed my life. I've been listening to it for over 15 years. It has been with me. Click on it, go to it, it will take you to the page. This is the page. I have also created it in a way whereby you can listen on the go. All you need to do is click on this. It will take you to the Spotify page where you have access to it. While all these other ones will give you the access to download it so that you can listen. Guys, content for information. Content for knowledge. Knowledge is your game changer. What you don't know can never work for you, and ignorance is never a strategy. You are as good as how informed you are. It is not possible you are correct. It is possible you are correct. It just shows the level of information you are working with. So it's important for you to get all those things. Thank you so very much. It's been a beautiful 15 days. Thank you. Danke, thank you so much. I appreciate every one of you. If you want to reach out to me, please send me a message. I'll try and respond to it within 24 to 48 hours. I'll respond to it, please. But tonight, the sleep I will sleep. To stand up from the bed is only God that will. You're welcome, my brother. Thank you exceedingly. Thank you exceedingly. Can you come up now? Just come and cheer us up a little bit before we go. Can you come up exceedingly? Nice man. I don't know what you want to say, but I'm rounding up already. Thank you so much, everybody. Oga exceedingly, thank you. If you want to come up, those are the people I listened to when I started my mortgage journey. So those are the people that were in the forefront of enlightening my mind. I was listening in the FYP, quietly. Hello, Oga. Good evening,
Good
sir.
evening, sir. Oga,
I
God
greet
bless
you.
you. God bless you real good. Thanks for
Amen. Thank you.
the so many insights that you've been giving to everyone, and it's going a long way in the life of everybody that are making use of it. You just said it. It's not enough for you to buy the course or listen to all the different sessions in the last 15 days or even in the last 4 hours of today. So, but it is more to do with how much of that knowledge you are putting into practice or putting into
Yeah.
there are so many opportunities around us. It is just that we need to, just like you said, find a very good circle to work with, and this your circle is very, very important in this, especially in this part of the world that we are in, because it's not where we were born. Most of us were not born here, and we need to just build a very positive circle that would move us much more step ahead than where we are coming from. We need that information, and information is very, very key. Information is what pushes you further than you could imagine, especially when you try not to do it on your own. And that's what I try to tell people. There are so many things we try to want to do by ourselves, but the power in synergy is very, very important, very strong. So let's embrace that synergy, multiply it, and we would be better off in the end. We'll be better off in the end. And Ogane, thank you so
Yes, sir.
much.
Thank you
so
too.
much.
Thank
God
you.
bless
Thank you for the informations you guys used to share when I started listening about property. Thank you so much. You guys did not know what you were adding, but at the long run, these things are making sense. Thank you very much. I appreciate you too.
Thank you.
Thank you for the good work you are doing in your own big way. It's not little, it's big. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Have a lovely night rest, sir. Wow.
Thank you, and everyone have a lovely night rest.
Yes, bye-bye. Wow, guys, it's been awesome. Please, did you still talk about REITs investment section? The REIT, I have a new course. Hey, I've said this discount is only for my student. Jide, should you commit yourself this? Guys, I have a new course on REITs that's going to be coming out in the first week of next month. I intentionally did not mention it here. Why? Because I'm giving it to my community member at a super discount. Jide, should I talk? I've tried not to talk about it here. For me, this is the power of community. So it's a place where you keep learning, we keep growing, we keep learning, we keep growing. When the opportunities show up, I pump it to them again, so that we can keep growing together. But anybody who is interested in joining the training, it's going to be a £97 training. So it's for £97, teach you everything you need to understand about REITs and how can you start producing quarterly or monthly dividends. Especially also to avoid the mistake that many people make when it comes to REITs. So like I said, I'm not planning to mention it here, but if anybody is interested, you can send me a message. I'll give you the link so that you can pay for it. The discount of £97 is ending today. No, tomorrow, 30th. Tomorrow is 30th. It's ending. So after tomorrow is moving to £129. But like I said, I only wanted to keep it for people in the community. The only reason why I'm mentioning it is because you mentioned. So that's why I've not said anything about it, to be honest. That's the only reason. It's reserved for those in the community. So let's keep growing and building from there. So my brother, that's why I did not have anything to mention about it so far. So pardon me for that. But if you want to jump on it, like I said, you still have that discount for you. All right. God bless you, everybody. Have a beautiful night rest. Thank you. Let us make not just ourselves great. Let's create a big future, a better legacy for our children, and let's create that change for the African narrative, especially in diaspora. Enough of backbiting, enough of tearing people down, enough of talking negative about each other. Somebody is trying to do something, instead of you to put torchlight on it for growth, you're already waiting for failure. This negative part you're talking about. We cannot be divided against ourselves and stand. No, we cannot. We have to find our strength in our cooperation. Everybody is standing in the place of their strength. I'm standing in finance. Somebody is standing in mortgage, in property. Somebody is standing in business. Somebody is standing in... Everybody becomes a formidable voice. This is how you build a community. This is how you build a people. My people, please, enough of tearing people down. Enough. It doesn't... What do you gain from it? Crowd. If it's easier for you to talk when something is failing, question who you are. Question who you. Do you know how it pains me when I see our African people fail? It pains my heart. Why? Because I believe they could have succeeded. But some people else is just interested in somebody. If they are waiting to when you are making mistake so that they can come and talk, it's already a reflection of who you are. Is that who you want to become? You can be better. That's my point for you. You can be better. Don't be waiting until somebody sent his wife out of the house or the wife sent the house. That's the kind of information that flows from you. Somebody make a mistake about finance. That's the kind of information. So don't be a negative person. That's the point I'm making. Please don't be a negative. It's quick. They say the negative stories sell. But if your father is in the street dancing naked, would you carry camera and be camera in? Will you carry camera and camera in? You won't do that, my people. Let's stop it. Whatever I can do to add value to another person is what my heart is panting for. It's not to look for, if he's not doing well, I'm looking for how to cover him. Don't let it go out to become a shame, because it's becoming a shame to my color. It is happening. So please, let's do better. We can all grow. There's a lot of space at the top. There's a lot. We can all grow better and become better in it. Thank you so much, everybody. It's been an awesome 4 hours, 44 minutes. I can only imagine how many hours I've used in the past 15 days. But it also shows you how much you can do if you put your heart to it. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a lovely night rest. Meet you at the top, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hopefully, I will stream tomorrow. If I don't stream, please just accept it. Maybe it's Champions League that cost it too. But thank you, everybody. Have a beautiful night rest. Bye-bye.